Chapter 36-34. In today's flourishing era, in the starry sky environment, if the information exchange of a star field was not smooth, the result would be a small area of unease. And if the information exchange of an entire universe plane was not smooth, the result would be a large area of panic and chaos. Under normal circumstances, it was already like this. Not to mention that before the information exchange was suddenly interrupted, almost all the major races in the first universe had received a piece of shocking news that was like a heavy bomb to them. The demon race had colluded with the Xianxia clan, and they were in cahoots. This was not hearsay. Before the signal of the level 1 starry sky main network of the first universe was cut off, the information received by the servant clans included some video information. It clearly showed that the vanguard fleet of the Xianxia clan, led by Yi Luo, was outside the Demon Emperor planet, fighting against the demon race. The live scene of the fleet's mixed defense. The facts were all there. There was no doubt about it, and there was no way to refute it. After this news was confirmed, the angry roars of some supreme beings and star lords sounded one after another in the major star fields of the first universe. Basically, they were all the upper echelons of the royal families who had just been tricked out of the Xianxia inner city's emperor prison not long ago. Especially the giant ferocious clan and some other clans with deep servility that did not want to rebel against the Xianxia clan at all. At this time, they were even more resentful. They had a sense of grief and indignation that they had been used as a stepping stone by the demon race. Demon race, you are too shameless. Too shameless. Conspiracy. There's a conspiracy. There's definitely a conspiracy. Grand Duke Missouri, what a great scheme. That side just tricked us out of the Emperor prison. And here, they turn around and sold all their cellmates. Damn it, they're simply not human. I'm so wronged. This old man was deceived. Tricks, it's all tricks. This old man only understands now. Ruthless. Roar. Almost all the slave races in the first universe were furious. Immediately after, except for a few weaker races, more than half of the other races had sent out more or less fleets and headed towards the demon race starfield. In their opinion, the demon race had indeed gone too far this time. It's fine if you want to curry favor with the Celestials' legacy race in order to rise up, but we're all fellow sufferers, so you can't do this. They were clearly stepping on the heads of the other races to climb up. As they climbed, they were also ruthlessly stepping on the heads of the other races. This was the rhythm of trampling all the other races to the bottom of the water and drowning them alive. In short, such actions had already aroused public anger, and the general trend was irresistible. Such a shameless race, the slave races of the entire first universe, should join forces to kill them. Regarding all of this, the demon-human race was completely in the dark, completely unaware. Today, in the first universe, the signal of the level 1 starry sky main network covering the entire plane was cut off. The Demon Emperor Star could only get in touch with a few slave races around the demon domain, and these races were obviously not on good terms with the demon race. The policy of befriending those far away and attacking those near them was also applicable in the starry sky environment. Not to mention that the Demon Emperor Star didn't take the initiative to contact these races. Even if they did, they might not tell the truth. They were all waiting for the fleets of the other slave races from the other starry sky main networks to arrive, and then the fleets of these races would form an allied force to attack the Demon Emperor Star. At the same time, the allied forces of various races from the second universe also arrived at the Devil Emperor Star area. The soldiers were stationed in front of the city and spread out in the void. The fleet was majestic and mighty, and the line of defense extended for millions of miles. A large part of the void of the universe was covered. The allied forces were led by 9 races: the Blood Dragon clan, the Cyan Ra clan, the Warrior Lion clan, the Xianxia clan, the Barbarian Bull clan, the Golden Eagle clan, the Colorful Python clan, the Greedy Wolf clan, and the Tree Spirit clan. The fleets of these 9 races were located in the center of the defense line, and the fleets of the other races were on the 2 sides of the defense line. Up until now, only one battle had broken out in this intergalactic war on the level of the universe plane. In the opening battle, the the allied fleets of various races from the Federation of the Second Universe suffered a great loss, and even a few supreme beings of heaven and earth were killed. Although a Star Lord tried to help, in the end he was scared off by Sha Baofeng, the young master of the Tianji clan. All of this had been spread out, and countless people in the three universes knew about it. For the races in the allied forces of the Second Universe, this was a disgrace. Not only the commanders of the Vanguard fleets and the old masters in charge of the Vanguard fleets, but also the higher-ups of the races in the base camp in the rear. He had no face left. It was too shameful. But now, the situation in the first universe had changed abruptly. The Tianji clan had an accident. Sha Baofeng, the young master of the Tianji clan, who had just been conferred a title by the Line of Fire, turned against the Tianji clan on the spot when he returned to the Tianji city to accept the conferment ceremony. Even the imperial prison inside the Tianji city was pardoned by him, and then he directly blew it up. After this matter was confirmed, the higher-ups of various races in the allied forces of the Second Universe were very happy and felt that they had vented their anger. Some people who were gnashing their teeth at Sha Baofeng immediately changed their impression of him. They felt that this guy was too cute and pleasing to the eye no matter how they looked at him. It was really strange. Yes, why didn't they notice it before? There were even some people who were secretly vigilant, feeling that this was the birth of another devil incarnate. This guy's actions were enough to prove that not only was he a monstrous talent, but his temperament and means were also not inferior to young Master Linghu and young Master Netherworld. They were all lawless masters. The day before, he was fighting against the races of the Second Universe Federation at the front line of the Demonkin Star area, and the entire allied forces of the Second Universe were suppressed by him. He was definitely the hero of the Tianji clan. As soon as he turned back to the Tianji clan, he immediately turned his nest upside down. This kind of thing was impossible for ordinary people to do, let alone actually do it. They didn't even dare to think about it. Such an existence couldn't be provoked. They had to avoid him if they saw him in the future. He was definitely a devil incarnate. But now everything was fine. That brat had rebelled against the Tianji clan, and it was likely that he wouldn't show his face for a while. And now, the situation in the first universe was in chaos. Although the slave races hadn't made a clear stand against the Tianji clan, this matter was basically set in stone. The entire first universe plane was now in chaos. The true period of chaos was about to arrive. For the allied forces of the second universe, this was definitely a great opportunity that could only be encountered but not sought. Previously, their purpose was only to use the excuse of starting a war with the Tianji clan to push the front line forward until they reached the source of all evil star area. Then, they would stop and follow the instructions of the clan's ancestors, explore, and even occupy the source of all evil. Chapter 36-35. Even though it was only a vanguard, the allied forces of the various races of the second universe still gathered millions of battleships. However, in the first battle at the front of the demon domain, the various battleships, fortresses, and even fortresses that had been destroyed by the young patriarch of the heavenly fate race's hidden great killing weapon, the Spirit War Talisman, had destroyed all kinds of battleships, fortresses, and even fortresses. There were nearly 200,000 battleships. Now, this allied force only had 800,000 battleships. However, the number of slave races in the first universe had reached nearly 1,000. When the total strength of more than 1,000 races was added together, it was definitely an astronomical figure. Even so, the various races of the Federation in the second universe were determined to seize half of the first universe in one fell swoop while the Tianji clan was at its weakest. They would then divide it among the various races of the Federation and establish interstellar colonies. After this decision was made, on the other side of the wormhole at the front of the demon domain, the follow-up fleet of the races of the Second Universe Federation had begun to gather. Soon, they would pass through the wormhole and arrive. Right now, the vanguard fleet of the Second Universe Coalition Army, which had a total of about 800,000 soldiers, had received the latest order not long ago. It was to completely take down the first obstacle before this expedition, which was the demon race, regardless of everything else. Either annihilate this race, or drive the demon race out of this star field. In short, after the second battle, the entire demon domain had to be swept clean and completely controlled by the Second Universe Alliance army. Although the demon race was powerful and ranked in the top 3 among the slave races of the First Universe in terms of overall combat strength, even so, their total strength was only hundreds of thousands of battleships. After all, the total number of the demon race was only tens of millions, and they were not like the Tianji clan. A single clansman could control a large number of intelligent robots. The number of clansmen limited the size of the demon race's fleet. Although the Tianji clan's vanguard fleet was also on the outer defense line of the Demon Emperor Star, it was only a scale of more than 10,000 battleships. In the overall situation of the battle, it did not play much of a role. In short, in this battle, the races of the Second Universe Federation were full of confidence, and they were determined to take down the Demon Emperor Star. The great battle soon began. The 800,000 battleships of the Second Universe fired their cannons at the same time. The entire void was filled with dazzling fireworks. Countless energy light pillars of different sizes shot forward and intertwined into a giant net of destruction, covering the outer defense line of the 3 stars of the Nephilim Emperor. On the outer defense line, in addition to the 10,000 Tianji clan's vanguard fleet led by Yi Luo, there were more than 400,000 battleships of the demon race. All the battleships activated their energy shields at the first moment. At the same time, some large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters activated the Void Oscillator, creating a chaotic void barrier area in front of the outer defense line to prevent the enemy's battleships from activating space jumps and launching suicide attacks. 400,000 versus 800,000. The disparity in the number of battleships between the two sides was too great. The 400,000 battleships of the demonic Emperor 3 stars had been suppressed from the very beginning. Battleships were being destroyed at every moment. They were no match for the enemy at all. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated. In the face of all this, the higher-ups of the demon race in the inner defense line of the 3 stars of the demon emperor behind the outer defense line were worried. At this time, a higher-up of the demon race in charge of the demon satellite, too, suddenly sent a message. From behind the 3 stars of the demon emperor in the direction of the inner void of the First Universe, huge fleets of the servant races were coming from all directions. There were at least 1 million of them. At least half of the thousands of servant races in the First Universe had sent out a fleet. Right now, they had gathered into a powerful alliance army, heading toward the Demon Emperor Star to jointly suppress the demon race. The Demon Emperor Mo Wentian was overjoyed, thinking that reinforcements had come. With the scale of 400,000 battleships of the demon race and a 1 million-strong alliance army of the servant races coming from behind, it would not be a problem to swallow the 800,000 vanguard fleet from the Second Universe in one fell swoop. However, before the higher-ups of the demon race could recover from this surprise, the 1 million-strong alliance army from the inner void of the First Universe behind them stopped steadily in the void thousands of miles away. Then, led by the fleet commanders of a few relatively powerful slave clans, the slave fleets all declared their stance and shouted at the 3 stars of the Nephilim Emperor through the directional broadcast system of the flagship of the fortresses, waging a war against them. Demon race, the time for your destruction has come. Yes, this time the overall situation of the First Universe is in chaos, and you demon race are the culprits. First, you deceived all the hostages of the royal families of our races out of the imperial prison, putting our races in a disadvantageous situation, and then you immediately turn around to curry favor with the Tianji clan. This is the rhythm of killing our races. We'll never agree to this. Now, all the races have sent troops and formed an alliance army to suppress. Demon race, you are doomed to die for your unjust deeds. Your retribution has come. As these voices of suppression came from afar through the directional sound transmission equipment, they resounded in the void. All the demon race clansmen around the 3 stars of the demon emperor were dumbfounded. Even in front of the outer defense line, in front of the galactic battlefield, in the Second Universe's allied army, the high-ranking commanders of the big races heard these voices. After being stunned for a few seconds, they were all overjoyed. This was really a pleasant surprise. They didn't expect the situation in the first universe to be so chaotic. The demon race had become the target of public criticism, and the million-strong Alliance army in the void behind them had actually come to suppress them. Now, the demon race was simply being attacked from the front and the back. There was no doubt that they would be able to take them down in one go. As long as they could take down the demon race and completely occupy the entire demon domain, the mission of the Vanguard fleet would be completed. They would immediately be able to use the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor as the front line, changing from offense to defense, and quietly waiting for the reinforcements of the Second Universe to arrive. At that time, as long as the reinforcements of the other races arrived, the million-strong army of the First Universe's servant races in the void tens of millions of miles away from the demon domain was just a group of chickens and dogs. In the face of the invasion of the Outerverse plane, they could fight back in their own nest. What was there to fear from such an enemy? Soon, the Vanguard fleet commanders of the 9 races of the Second Universe, led by the Blood Flood Dragon clan, issued orders to attack with all their strength. No matter what, at all costs, they had to take down the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor as soon as possible. The situation deteriorated in an instant. Being attacked from the front and the back, the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor were in danger, including the Demon Emperor Mo Wen Tian, the current Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong, and the Imperial Uncle Mo who had just returned to the clan. All the previous generations of Imperial Uncles had no idea and were completely in a mess. Chapter 3636. Yero, what are you waiting for? It's all because of you that the slave races are attacking us. The 3 stars of the Demonic Emperor are under attack. Don't you have anything to say? You won't be able to survive once the demons are destroyed. What's the point of guarding your fleets at such a critical moment? They are just some intelligent robots. Could it be that they are more important than the lives of our demon race? Is it more important than the survival of our demon tribe? Now is the time. Do it now. Chanas roared the last sentence with all his might. The Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian and the other members of the royal family of the demon tribe were stunned. Vaguely, they seemed to have guessed what Chanas meant. They looked at each other, feeling as if they had been struck by lightning. Nobody understood how Chanas had managed to manipulate Yero, the commander of the Vanguard fleet of the Heavenly Fortune clan. Although Mo Wen Tian was a peak 9th-rank Star Lord, what was lurking inside Chana's body had been possessed by a seed of life derived from the mechanical core. The crystal consciousness was so mysterious that not even a peak Star Lord could see through it. Chanas had done that only to gain a foothold in the 3 stars of the Demonic Emperor. He was certain that the mysterious guy would show up, but he wasn't sure when. Nothing could happen to the 3 stars of the Demonic Emperor before he arrived, and his identity as Chanas couldn't be erased. He also had to earn as many credits as possible so that he could regain the trust of the demons and enter the core decision-making circle. That way, he would have a chance to approach the mysterious guy again after he arrived. Then, he would have to carry out his subsequent arrangements and plans. Hum, hum. Dense, feeble noises echoed from the 400,000 warships in the outer defense line, but it wasn't caused by the activation of the space oscillators. In fact, at this moment, the hundreds of fortresses that were originally in charge of fully activating the space oscillators and forming a chaotic void defense line in front of the outer defense line had all turned off their space oscillators at the same time. The noises came from the 10,000 warships, fortresses and fortresses of the Heavenly Fortune clan. While Chanas was roaring, Yero had already given the order for all the warships of the Heaven's Legacy Race Vanguard fleet to activate their space jump ability and launch a suicide jump attack without exception. There is not a single member of the Heavenly Legacy clan in the tens of thousands of warships, fortresses, and fortresses. In the entire Vanguard fleet, only Sha Baofeng and Yi Luo were real members of the Heavenly Legacy clan. The others were all intelligent robots. Even if it was a suicidal jump attack order, they would carry it out without hesitation. All of this happened too quickly. The high-level commanders of the fleets in the Second Universe United Army camp did not expect Yero to be so decisive. Before this, he had even activated the space oscillator to build a chaotic void defense line in front of the outer defense line. Such a move was to guard against the Second Universe's allied forces, who would launch a suicide jump attack. But now, in the blink of an eye, they had directly turned off the space oscillator, and more than 10,000 warships, fortresses, and even fortresses of different standards did not hesitate to perform space jumps at the same time. Boom, rumble boom, a huge roar sounded. In the blink of an eye, more than 1,000 fortresses and warships completed space jumps and appeared in the camp of the Second Universe's allied forces. They immediately self-destructed. This enormous allied force, which had more than 800,000 warships, immediately fell into chaos. In the area where the suicidal warships and fortresses landed, all the warships in the vicinity retreated as if they were avoiding ghosts. As the giant fireballs kept appearing one after another, the entire Second Universe's allied forces fell into chaos. Activate the space oscillator. Activate the space oscillator immediately. Stop these lunatics. We must stop them. Don't panic. We can't let the following suicidal warships complete the jump. Otherwise, more than 10,000 warships and fortresses will explode, and the entire allied forces will be annihilated. This move was too ruthless and too sudden. The higher-ups of the various races in the fleet of the Second Universe were completely thrown into disarray. No one had expected Yi Luo to be so ruthless. Was this just giving his life to the demon race? He was practically protecting the demon race as if they were his father and grandfather. When did the positions of the Tianji race and the demon race switch? Who was the master and who was the servant? The demon race was just a servant race of the Heavenly Legacy clan. Yarrow was recognized as the second most talented person in the younger generation of the Heavenly Legacy clan. In the situation where the newly appointed young clan leader, Sha Baofeng, had betrayed the demon race, he was the most likely existence to become the next young clan leader of the Heavenly Legacy clan. It was necessary to protect the demon race. Regardless of everything, as huge fireballs rose in the huge allied forces of the Second Universe's allied forces, these thoughts immediately emerged in the minds of the high-level commanders of the allied forces. Even in the void thousands of miles behind the Demon Emperor 3 stars, the high-level commanders of the First Universe and the huge fleet were all dumbfounded at this time. They didn't understand how all this had happened. In the end, in the chaotic allied forces of the Second Universe, hundreds of fortresses and fortresses of various sizes activated their space oscillators one after another, successfully constructing a chaotic void defense line in front of the long allied forces. Of the more than 10,000 battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of the Heavenly Legacy clan's vanguard fleet, less than 3,000 of them successfully completed the space jump, entered the enemy's camp, and then self-destructed. The other 7,000 battleships, because of the appearance of the chaotic void barrier, had their space jumps interrupted. They had no choice but to stop this shocking large-scale suicide jump and self-destruct. But even so, the first round of attacks launched by the 800,000 battleships of the Second Universe's allied forces was successfully controlled. The final result was that both sides suffered losses. The allied forces of the Second Universe lost tens of thousands of battleships of various types, and the 400,000 soldiers of the demon race's outer defense line in front of the Demon Emperor 3 stars also suffered heavy losses. The situation was still not optimistic because the other side was obviously enraged. This time, the allied forces of the Second Universe suffered a small loss only because they were successfully ambushed. After they reorganized and became angry, the upcoming second round of attacks would be even crazier and fiercer. Chapter 36-37. 3 war drums stretched across the void. The huge mouth of the drum, with a diameter of 300,000 meters, was facing the direction of the allied forces of the Second Universe. And behind them was the outer defense line of the 3 stars of the demonic emperor. From left to right, there was a gray void battle talisman, a gold-time battle talisman, and a blood-red weeping soul battle talisman. This was Yi Xian's handiwork. After leaving the black hole of life, he rushed straight to the demonic Emperor planet. Along the way, he even used his personal interstellar communication system to capture the signals of the star network in the void and inquire about the current situation of the first universe. The disappearance of the signal of the first-level main network of the first universe, which originated from Tianji City, shocked Xianxia greatly. In his opinion, although the super death ray bomb that exploded in the Imperial prison was powerful, it was definitely not powerful enough to cause chaos in Tianji City to the point that it could not reach the star network that covered the entire first-level universe. The first-level main network was to the extent that the signal was cut off. Vaguely, Xianxia felt that there must be something fishy about this. He originally wanted to secretly approach and see what the Tianji clan was up to, but then he learned about the crisis of the 3 stars of the demonic emperor. The Tianji clan's vanguard fleet, led by Yi Luo, had actually gotten involved with the demonic clan. Xianxia could not understand this matter, but he had a comprehensive understanding of the consequences of this by capturing the weak signals of the second-level network from other races outside the demonic star region. In addition, the huge fleet of the allied forces of the second universe that had come from the demonic star region was pressing in. This time, something big was definitely going to happen to the 3 stars of the demonic emperor. In desperation, Xianxia could only temporarily throw the doubts of the Tianji city to the back of his mind and rush to the demonic emperor planet with all his strength. At the same time that the Tianji clan's vanguard fleet launched a suicide jump attack, he arrived at this void battlefield. Seeing the Tianji clan's battleships, fortresses, and strongholds, under Yi Luo's orders, unhesitatingly launched a suicide jump, Xianxia's doubts grew stronger and stronger. With his understanding of Yi Luo, unless this kid had lost his mind, he would never do such a thing that would harm himself. Here comes the matter. But now is not the time to delve into the suspicious points. Taking advantage of the fact that the huge coalition army of the Second Universe, which still had 800,000 battleships, was in chaos, Xianxia felt that he could not miss this opportunity. The moment both sides temporarily ceased fire and prepared to reorganize themselves, he did not hesitate to rush into the void battlefield. With a wave of his hand, he summoned out the 3 battle talons that had just been forged and had already formed a fighting force. It was clear that they wanted to take advantage of the chaotic situation in the Second Universe to launch a destructive attack and completely defeat the enemy's huge vanguard fleet. At this moment, with the sudden appearance of these 3 huge warships, everyone who saw this scene, whether it was the Second Universe's coalition army in front of the battle line or the First Universe's slave fleet in the void behind the Demon Emperor 3 stars, without exception, all fell into a daze. After a moment of stagnation, cries of surprise rang out one after another like a tide. Spirit Warrior? The demon's spiritual battle cry? Heavens, there are actually 3 at once. That's not right. What happened? According to our intelligence, doesn't the demon race only have 1 spiritual battle cry? And it has already been brought to Tianji City by Sha Baofeng. Why did they make 3 in the blink of an eye? This old man understands. Conspiracy. This is a F*King conspiracy. Too bad. The demon race is too bad. They are simply prepared to face any danger. They have already dug a hole with the Tianji clan and are waiting for us to jump into it ourselves. Too shameless, too despicable. The demon race has indeed completely colluded with the Tianji clan. These 3 spiritual battle talons were definitely not made by the demon race. It is clear that the Tianji clan rushed to make them day and night and specially sent them here from Tianji City by secret means. We have been fooled. This is a trap from the beginning. The retreat of the First Universe's slave clans and the chaos of the Tianji clan are all part of a conspiracy. Even Sha Baofeng's betrayal of the Tianji clan and the emptiness of the Tianji inner city's imperial prison is very likely to be part of their plan. It is for this moment. The 3 battle talons are across the void. The entire huge camp of our coalition army has already penetrated deep into the demon race star field. Even if we turn around and retreat, we won't be able to. It's time. This is the rhythm of a pot of pot. That's right, it must be like this. Don't you see that there is an army of millions of slave clans in the void behind the Demon Emperor 3 stars? Bulsh asterisk T Crusade. They are in cahoots with the demon race from the beginning. After the 3 battle talons are destroyed, they will rush forward together with the demon race's fleet. They are beating a dog in the water. Retreat. Retreat immediately. Retreat at full speed. We have been fooled. As these exclamations sounded one after another, the long camp line of the Second Universe Alliance Army was completely messed up. Nearly 800,000 battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of all kinds were in chaos again before they could break free from the chaos of the previous wave of jump-type suicide attacks. All of them were in chaos. They quickly retreated. In the void thousands of miles behind the Demon Emperor 3 stars, in the First Universe's Slave Clans Subjugation Coalition Army, in the flagship of the Slave Fleet, the upper echelons of the various clans looked at each other, their minds in chaos. The exclamations from the Second Universe's Coalition Army made too much sense. Even they were stunned at this moment. Was it really like this? Was the chaos in the Tianji city fake? Was Sha Baofeng's betrayal of the Tianji clan fake? The escape of the hostage members of the royal family of the various slave clans, so that the imperial prison of the Tianji inner city was completely empty. Was all of this fake? Was it just to set up this trap in front of them and completely wipe out the million-strong vanguard fleet from the Second Universe? These thoughts flashed through the minds of the high-level commanders of the slave clans. One after another, their minds were all in a mess. Even Mo Qigong, Grand Elder Mo, Demon Emperor Mo Wentian, and the others in the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor were stunned when they suddenly heard these words. Of course, what made them even more confused was, what the hell was going on with the 3 battle talons in the void of the central region of the front position? Demon Emperor Mo Wentian, Mo Qigong, and the others naturally recognized the void battle talon on the left. They had just finished remodeling it not long ago and handed it to Prince Xian to bring to the Tianji city. It seemed that it had fallen into Prince Xian's hands again. But this wasn't right. If that was the case, where did the other 2 battle talons come from? Prince Xian was alone, so he couldn't build them at all. On the other hand, if the Tianji clan worked overtime in the outer industrial circles, it was more or less possible. Chapter 36-38. With the appearance of the 3 battle towers, the people of the entire void battleground were thrown into chaos. The allied forces of the Second Universe believed that this was all a conspiracy, and the purpose was to annihilate the entire allied forces in one fell swoop. But what made them angry was that they had really been fooled. They did not even suspect the big lie of Sha Baofeng, who had just received the young master's warning of betraying the clan. They were simply pigs. No, they were even worse than pigs. In the allied forces, the high-ranking commanders of the major clans of the Second Universe were so angry that they almost vomited blood. They were so regretful that their intestines turned green. The allied forces of the slave clans of the First Universe were also filled with doubts. They also believed it and suspected that this was the plan of the demon race and the Tianji clan to keep the other clans in the dark. Many of the high-ranking members of the clans who really wanted to take this opportunity to rebel against the Tianji clan had already begun to feel nervous. They were worried that the Tianji clan had another intention, which was to use this opportunity to test the loyalty of the other slave clans. When they thought of this, they hated the demon-human race even more. They were all a slave race, but they actually dared to sit on top of their heads and act like tyrants with the Tianji race. They were here to bring disaster to their suffering brothers. This was really a misunderstanding that made people not know whether to laugh or cry. Even Yi Xian did not expect this, and he was already speechless. It was no wonder that these fellows thought this way. With the sudden appearance of the 3 battle drums, even the upper echelons of the demon royal family were stunned. They began to suspect that Yi Xian had sold them off, let alone anything else. Apart from the Tianji clan, it was basically impossible for any other clan to build another 2 battle towers in such a short time. This was the truth. If it wasn't for the fact that old man Wen Xing knew the cause and effect of the entire matter, even he would be suspicious. But at this moment, although he wasn't like the others, suspecting that Yi Xian was colluding with the Heavenly Fate clan, he was once again shaken by Yi Xian's mysterious methods. He couldn't figure out how Yi Xian was able to create another 2 warships in such a short period of time. This was a colossus with a diameter of 300,000 meters. It wasn't something that could be created overnight. A sharp glint flashed across Xianxia's eyes, but it was quickly concealed. However, there was a faint trace of excitement on his face. The more mysterious the other party was, the more valuable they would be to him. His interest was growing more and more intense. Yi Xian didn't pay attention to all of this. If anyone wanted to misunderstand, then just let them misunderstand. It just so happened that he was able to maintain a bit of mystery. Even now, the Celestial Legacy race still had not revealed his true identity. This made Yi Xian very surprised and a little confused. He had no idea just what kind of medicine they were selling in their gourd. But no matter what, this was still good news. As long as the secret of his identity was not exposed, Yi Xian would have a lot less to worry about. As for the problem of the Heaven's Legacy race secretly scheming against him, all he had to do was be a little more vigilant. Since they didn't reveal their identities, Yi Xian naturally couldn't expose himself. He had already returned to his original appearance, which was the appearance of Prince Xian that the outside world was familiar with. However, now that he was in charge of the Weeping Soul Battle Army, he didn't know which identity to use. Since he had to reveal his appearance, he might as well not come out. However, this matter could be considered later. However, the arrow in front of him was already on the bow, so he had no choice but to fire it immediately. Taking advantage of the fact that the allied forces of the various races of the Second Universe were still hurriedly and chaotically retreating millions of li away from the void, Yi Xian immediately gave the order to attack the Weeping Soul Battle Army. Although the combined attack of the 3 battle army would definitely be more powerful, this was the Demon Emperor Star region. Yi Xian was really worried that he would directly create a super large black hole. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to the demon race. Because of this, he didn't even dare to use the Void Battle Army. The Void Soldier Ladle race's unique biological wave frequency contained the power of the Void Law. The few void turbulence vortexes in the industrial circle around Tianji City were a good example. Yi Xian really didn't dare to randomly attack a random area. As for the Time Battle Army driven by tens of millions of golden slimes, it contained the power of the space-time law. In Yi Xian's opinion, its power should be the strongest of the 3 battle army. Naturally, it should be used last to decide the outcome of the battle in one blow. Thinking about it this way, the only one suitable to activate now was the Weeping Soul Battle Army that he personally guarded. Inside the Weeping Soul Battle Army, tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts in thousands of beehive nodes all began to move after Yi Xian activated the Weeping Soul Blood Crystal. In thousands of beehive nodes with a diameter of 3,000 meters, tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts fully activated the unique Weeping Soul spiritual wave of their race. This unique spiritual wave frequency energy converged from every beehive node and flowed along the special channels between the beehive nodes to the core node of the core circle, gathering into one. In the end, as the Weeping Soul blood crystal that floated in front of Yi Xian suddenly trembled, this terrifying and unique spiritual wave transformed into an incomparably sharp howl. It was like the roar of a sea of rage that instantly leaked out. Screech! The mournful Weeping Soul cry shrieked in the void. The entire vast and boundless star field trembled in the face of this sudden and violent howl that suddenly descended. This terrifying howl that was sharp enough to tear the sky apart instantly caused countless experts in the void to tremble violently. Even their minds and consciousnesses were in a daze at this moment, as if their spiritual bodies were being drawn by the howl and were about to leave their bodies. In the void in front of the Weeping Soul Battle Army, there was an invisible tide like the sea of stars that suddenly burst out from the core node. It flowed along the 9 outer layers of the battle army, continuously expanding until it finally turned into an invisible force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. In an instant, it directly faced the huge mouth of the battle army. The vast void was completely enveloped in an invisible shroud. There was no shocking scene of the void shattering inch by inch. There was no earth-shattering rumble of an explosion. There was also no turbulent whirlpool of the void like a black hole. There was only an indescribably mournful howl that reverberated in this corner of the void. There wasn't even an invisible shockwave. It was as if the full blow of the Weeping Soul battle army didn't have any substantial lethality at all. It couldn't shake everything in sight. Just hearing seemed to have suffered a great challenge. At this moment, all the experts in the three camps far and near in the void felt a little dazed. This was really the most perfect demonstration of the saying that the wind was loud, but the rain was small. It was as if their eyes had dropped to the ground, rolling all over the void. But at this moment, Yi Xian grinned, just as the smile at the corner of his mouth slowly outlined. In the nearest battleships of the second universe in the void in front of him, there were suddenly extremely mournful but extremely short screams. One after another, in half a breath, it was densely packed, and it resounded like an overwhelming sound. However, only the sound could be heard, and no abnormalities could be seen. All the battleships, fortresses that were shrouded by this weeping soul cry, sound wave were still motionless in the void. Chapter 36-39. Numerous shrill howls resounded in space. Every single one of them was extremely short, yet they covered the heavens and the earth, and they densely covered the heavens and the earth without end. It caused a feeling of terror that caused one's back to go cold, and one's scalp to tighten, to instantly spread out and enveloped this corner of the starry sky. This scene was too strange. The extreme contrast between visual and auditory gave people a completely unreal feeling. On the opposite side of the battlefield, where the terrifying trumpet of the three huge warlords was facing, among the nearly 800,000 battleships of the Second Universe's various races, except for a small half of them that had already retreated, or before the Weeping Soul Warlord was activated and released this Weeping Soul Roar attack, they had already activated Space Jump. Outside the battleships that had the ability to jump far away, more than half of the battleships, fortresses of all sizes were still in the fan-shaped deep area directly in front of the 300,000-meter huge trumpet of the Weeping Soul Warlord. These miserable howls that made one's whole body feel cold came from these nearly 500,000 battleships, fortresses. However, the miserable howls resounded through the void, but these 500,000 battleships were still floating there unscathed. There was no abnormality at all. It was as if the earth-shattering, mournful howl of the Weeping Soul Warlord had no effect on them at all. This was unbelievable, but it happened to be the truth. The Weeping Soul Warlord's Weeping Soul Roar did not have any physical attack power. It was precisely because of this that its attack effect on the soul, spirit, consciousness, and other levels was even more shocking and horrifying. The Weeping Soul Beast's Weeping Soul spiritual wave was not only effective against demons with spiritual power, but also against human cultivators who cultivated primordial spirit, as well as the consciousness level of other races or life forms, such as electronic consciousness, crystal consciousness, and so on. The shrill and harsh howl lasted only a few seconds, then it completely disappeared and could no longer be heard. Then, after another 2 or 3 seconds, as if in response to this mournful howl, countless miserable howls that appeared followed by this mournful howl also completely disappeared. The void returned to silence, a deathly silence. Everything before was like a dream. The mournful howl seemed to have never appeared, because everything in the void in front of them had not changed at all, making people suspect that they had auditory hallucinations. Right at this moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly resounded through the void. Roar. Weeping Soul roaring 10,000 seas, emptiness. With just one howl, more than half of the living beings in the 500,000 battleships had perished. Who exactly are you? What kind of method is this? These words came from the mouth of a 15th realm expert. The mighty pressure of the universe was incomparably clear, but there was also an extremely strong sense of fear and shock in his words. Even his voice trembled. In the end, it was as if he could not control the trembling of his heart due to fear. It let out a shrill howl, as if it was venting its anger. Then, furious roars echoed one after another from the 500,000 warships, fortresses, and fortresses in the fan-shaped area covered by the enormous trumpet of the Weeping Soul Warbeast. Dead. He was already dead. Ah, how could this be? How could there be such a weapon of mass destruction? That's impossible. Heavens, what kind of black technology has the heavenly legacy race mastered to be able to create such a terrifying weapon of mass destruction? Is this still the power of science and technology? It's only effective on the mental consciousness level. It's targeted to crush this domain. Who can defend against it when caught off guard? It's too tragic, too cruel. Everyone fell straight down. This scene is simply a nightmare. Ah, who are you? Who are you? These furious roars basically all came from the mighty figures of the universe. There are also some who belong to the 14th Great Realm, the Cosmic Light Realm, or the 13th Great Realm, the Genesis Realm. However, there was not a single existence below the 12th Great Realm, the Void Realm. It was as if the countless experts of the Second Universe in the nearly 500,000 warships, fortresses, except for a few existences above the 13th Great Realm, the Genesis Realm, had all died. Even the voices of the experts above the Genesis Realm who were roaring were filled with intense fear and weakness. It was obvious that even though they had withstood the Weeping Soul Battle LA's shrill howl that lasted no more than 10 seconds, they had not died. But in the end, they had more or less suffered some injuries. This was a soul injury, a blow to the mental consciousness level. It was the most difficult to recover from. They needed to rest and nourish with targeted heaven and earth treasures before they could slowly recover. There were nearly 500,000 warships, fortresses of various types. Although there were only about 10,000 fortresses of various sizes and about 100,000 fortresses of various sizes, the rest were all star-level warships that were 3,000 meters long. However, the total number of powerful beings from various races in the Second Universe that were stationed there was definitely an astronomical figure. According to the surviving experts of the Genesis Realm and above, most of the countless experts of the Second Universe in the nearly 500,000 battleships had died in less than 10 seconds. Furthermore, all of them were unharmed physically, but their souls had been annihilated. As this thought flashed through their minds, all the existences in the entire space battlefield, no matter which camp they were in, who knew what had happened, shuddered and subconsciously trembled, including Xianxia himself. He had never imagined that the effect of the Weeping Soul Battle LA's Weeping Soul Battle Law would be so terrifying. It was truly the sound of the Weeping Soul Battle Law Cosmos. It was too frightening. This really has nothing to do with me. I didn't expect this attack to be so terrifying. Dumbfounded, Xianxia muttered to himself. When he thought about how at least hundreds of millions of creatures of the Second Universe had died in his hands in just a few short breaths, he felt a strong sense of guilt. Fortunately, the nearly 500,000 warships on the other side were all from the various races of the Second Universe, and there was no human fleet mixed in. Otherwise, wouldn't this attack be equivalent to killing countless human compatriots? Thinking of this, Xianxia smiled bitterly. It seemed that this Weeping Soul Battle Law could not be casually used in the future. Or rather, he had to go back and explore carefully to see if he could fine-tune the Weeping Soul Battle LA's Weeping Soul Battle Law in terms of power, range, and so on. Control. In that case, only by using the Weeping Soul Battle Law could he avoid the situation where a large number of people would die in an instant when it was activated. The killing intent was too heavy. Chapter 3640. Out of the 40 million Weeping Soul beasts, nearly 100,000 of them had perished on the spot after that attack. Their spiritual bodies had directly dissipated. The casualty ratio was 2 in 1,000. It didn't sound like a lot, but it was definitely unbearable for Yixian. It had to be noted that the Weeping Soul beasts weren't like the golden slimes, who had a nest that could produce new members incessantly. They were basically like the Void Soldier ladles. Also, the Weeping Soul beasts were obviously more fragile and vulnerable than the Void Soldier ladles. The former was a crystal creature with a tough body, while the Weeping Soul beasts were like ghosts. They didn't have a physical body at all. They were just pure mental consciousnesses. They were spirits. They were sentient beings. After only one attack, almost 100,000 Weeping Soul beast bodies of consciousness were destroyed because of overexertion. All the other Weeping Soul beasts are exhausted. They won't be able to launch a second attack until they recover. The entire Weeping Soul beast population will have to rest for at least a few days before they recover. As he muttered to himself, Yixian's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. This time, he finally realized where the greatest flaw of a starry sky killing weapon like Xianxia was. During the first battle between the vanguard fleets of the two camps at the frontier of the Demon Space Zone, the Star-Lord of the Demons launched a powerful attack under the leadership of tens of millions of experts. Some of the experts who were guarding the Beehive nodes were killed, but Yixian hadn't realized how horrifying the casualties were. Then, in the space zone of the Heavenly Fate City, some of the Void Soldier ladles that had been modified also died of exhaustion after the first attack. Yixian hadn't realized it back then, either. But after the same problem happened twice, if it still didn't cause some kind of alarm and alertness when it appeared for the third time, then this kind of hindsight and sluggishness on the level of consciousness would really make one speechless. At this moment, Yixian was deeply aware of the importance of the controllability of the Warhorn's power. Otherwise, every time it was activated, it would be an all-out attack that didn't care about the consequences. After a few more rounds, not to mention the Soldier Ladle or the Weeping Soul Beast race, even he himself would feel heartache. However, it wasn't the time to delve into the matter. The situation on the battlefield didn't allow Yixian to do so. While he was frowning and pondering, almost half of the 500,000 battleships, fortresses in the fan-shaped area where the Weeping Soul warship was facing had performed space jumps and escaped from the fan-shaped area covered by the enormous mouth of the Weeping Soul warship at their fastest speed. In the district, although most of the experts of the races of the Second Universe had perished, at least some of them, those above the 13th level of the Genesis, were still alive. They were the ones who had activated the space jump ability to move the warships to the enemy's camp. As for the other half, more than 200,000 battleships of various types, they were still floating in place, motionless. Obviously, all the elites of the Second Universe in these battleships had all died. Even if there were a few survivors, it was not enough to activate the space-jumping ability of the battleships and control them quickly. And escape. At this time, in this half of the warships, there were a few experts rushing out of the warships, crossing the void with their bodies, and escaping to the rear. More than 200,000 warships, which were seriously lacking in operators, could only be helplessly abandoned on the battlefield, like a ghost city. They emitted a strong aura of despair, floating in the void of the galaxy at this moment, a voice that was not loud, but its pressure was terrifying, sounded. It was like a soft voice, but it could be heard clearly in every corner of the boundless void of the battlefield. This kind of great killing weapon is too harmful to the harmony of the heavens. It must not be allowed to exist. No matter who you are, either destroy it on the spot, or let this old man do it personally. Star-Lord Old Monster. The Star-Lord Old Monster was going to make a move. Previously, in the first battle between the vanguard fleets of the two camps at the front of the demon territory, tens of millions of demon powerhouses activated the Spirit War Kara and roared out 3 void turbulence vortexes in the void of the battlefield. 6 of the 20 supreme beings of the Second Universe fell. All of them were caught off guard and were sucked into the void. In the space turbulence vortexes, they were exiled, no different from dying. However, even at that time, the Star-Lord Old Monsters of the 9 great races, including the Blood Flood Dragon clan, had never really made a move. Although there was a giant energy palm that came across the sky, they were scared away in the end and did not really fight to the death. At this moment, the Weeping Soul War Kara attacked with all its strength. Although no 15th Realm Supreme Beings of the universe were killed, the number of bottom-level powerhouses of the Second Universe who died because of this attack was too large, almost hundreds of millions. Under such circumstances, the Star-Lord Old Monsters of the 9 Great Races, including the Blood Flood Dragon Clan, finally could not sit still. It was impossible for them to sit still and do nothing. At this moment, they spoke. Their tone was cold and firm. It was obvious that they were determined to kill the Weeping Soul War Kara and even the void of the battlefield ahead of them. The 3 War Karas in the air were all destroyed. Ruthless rumble, an earth-shattering roar resounded. From a major fortress of the enemy camp, a 7-colored light blasted out. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the void battlefield. It shook its body and turned into a huge model python. The Star-Lord aura spreading out of its body seemed to be able to crush the void. As soon as it appeared, 2 scorching lights burst out of the colorful python's eyes. It turned into a ray of light and rushed over. However, after the 2 dreamlike rainbow-colored light beams shot out from the huge, colorful python's eyes, their speed was extremely fast. There were even strange, sizzling sounds coming from the void space. It was as if boiling oil had been splashed onto an ice field, and it was rapidly melting. Heal! Heal! They darted over at an extremely high speed and locked onto the Weeping Soul War Kara and the Time Kara, these 2 beautiful pillars of light with the bloodline abilities of the colored python race, named Furious Python, Blazing Rainbow. Although they looked ordinary, they even had a kind of gorgeous, devilish beauty. However, their power and lethality were extremely terrifying. During the battle in the heavenly battle star zone of the 3rd universe, the young heavenly talents of the 2nd universe had rushed into the Shinnon Cauldron. One of them was the little princess of the colored python clan, Medusa. At that time, a young genius from a top-tier family in the human race's science and technology camp was fighting fiercely. Unintentionally, he dashed to the front of the 2 7-colored light beams that were shot out by Medusa's Furious Boa Rainbow bloodline ability. Chapter 3641. Although Medusa was the little princess of the colored python clan and had a strong ancestral bloodline in her body, she was still a young descendant of the colored python clan. Her cultivation wasn't very strong, at least far from being on par with the Star-Lord of the colored python clan who had transformed into a 10,000 feet long colored python. Even so, Xianxia was still shocked and fearful when she used this strange bloodline ability in the Shinnon Cauldron that could instantly petrify a Starry Sky master and completely lose all vitality. Now, this ability was being used by a Star-Lord of the colored python clan whose strength was far greater than Medusa's. There was no doubt about its power. Xianxia, who was sitting in the Weeping Soul Battle Tower, felt his heart tremble and immediately became nervous. He naturally had methods to deal with the Star-Lord, but now, since the Tianji clan didn't reveal the secret of his identity, Xianxia couldn't use those methods easily. Otherwise, wouldn't it be equivalent to exposing his identity? He was helping the Demon Clan against the allied forces of the 2nd universe. His identity as young Master Linghu, young Master Yuming, or Prince Xian was not suitable. It was the same for his identity as the young master of the Tianji clan, Sha Baofeng. Therefore, Xianxia couldn't use any of the methods related to these identities. The only thing he could rely on and use were the 3 battle towers. Perhaps he could go back and make some plans for the 106 nine-eyed golden crystals. Then, he could devour another one and obtain a new Desolate Era ability. But now, Xianxia could only rely on the 3 battle towers in the face of the Colored Python Clan Star-Lord. The Colored Python Clan was one of the top 10 clans in the 2nd universe in terms of overall strength. Although it wasn't as strong as the Blood WIRM clan, the Cyan Rock clan, or the Battle Lion clan, it was still very famous. The bloodline ancestor of the Colored Python clan was said to be a 9-colored fiendish python. That 9-colored fiendish python existed in the beginning of ancient times. It was said that its bloodline originated from the primordial supreme dragon python that disappeared in the late ancient times. Xian had seen a terrifyingly huge mottled python in the image imprint of the great ancient battle in the heaven-falling Bao inheritance. It was indeed a supreme primordial existence, like the golden divine dragon and the primordial Wuxia, but it belonged to the enemy camp. Therefore, Xian didn't have a good impression of the colored python clan. Since that was the case, Xian naturally didn't feel any pressure when using the most powerful Time War. Even if he killed the python in one fell swoop, it wouldn't matter. In any case, even if his identity was exposed in the future, Xian wouldn't care if this debt was placed on his head. He and Kai Python clan. In fact, other than the Battle of Time, he didn't seem to have any other means to use under the circumstances where he couldn't reveal any of his identities. The Void Battle of Time was far from enough to force back the Star-Lord. Even the mighty experts of the universe were caught off guard in the first battle and were pulled into the void turbulence vortex that suddenly appeared. That was why they died. Just the power of the Void Battle of Time alone didn't seem to be able to kill the mighty experts of the universe. Annihilation. The Weeping Soul Battle of Time was the same. It had been used just now and couldn't fight again for a while, and its power didn't seem to be suitable. Killing the mighty experts of the universe and severely injuring the Star-Lord was still a little far away for the current Weeping Soul Battle of Time. Perhaps in the future, when the tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts living in the thousands of beehive nodes of the Battle of Time were stronger, they would be able to display such power. But now, under the circumstances of an indiscriminate area of effect attack, it could only instantly destroy the souls of experts below the 13th realm, the Genesis realm. If he wanted to deal with the universe masters and star lords, he would have to use the War of Time. This was the only hope Xian had. Just as the two pillars of petrification energy were about to hit him, he immediately teleported from the Weeping Soul War Talisman to the Flowing Time Talisman. The three War Talismans had already been refined by him, and there was a small fixed teleportation formation between them. Xian could reach them with a thought. As Xian's figure appeared at the core of the Time War Cry, he looked up and saw the Cosmos Slime crouching on the ground. Xian immediately gave the order to attack with all his might. This golden-purple slime king had a massive body, reaching a length of 10 meters. Although its cultivation far surpassed Xian's, all of this was still given to it by Xian. Moreover, it clearly wanted more, longing for a second drop of all evil origin elixir. Therefore, it did not hesitate in the slightest when it heard Xian's command and immediately took action. With this very slight buzzing sound, a circle of invisible ripples spread out from his body in an instant, entering the four walls of the core beehive node, and along the pipes connected to the outer wall, it was instantly transmitted to the thousands of beehive nodes of the Battle of Time. At this moment, the tens of millions of golden slime in all of the beehive nodes trembled. The long golden thread under their abdomens shone brilliantly, and then their entire bodies shone with golden light. This golden light was actually the biological frequency of the golden slime. If there was only one of them, it would not be enough to cause much trouble. However, when there were many golden slime, layers of golden screens stacked on top of each other and gathered together. In the end, the faint golden light turned into a rich golden color, charging into the walls of the beehive as if it had a mind of its own. It then followed the pipes on the outer walls and traced back to the four walls of the beehive nodes. From all directions, it surged toward the core beehive node where Xian and the Cosmos Slime were. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact it happened in an instant. Moreover, it happened inside the War of Time. Tens of millions of golden slime's bodies shone with golden light. Outside the War of Time, there was not a single trace of it. Only in the end, when the dense golden light gathered from the thousands of beehive nodes and entered the core beehive node, did the core beehive node, located in the center of the 9th ring of the giant war drum, suddenly lit up. In an instant, the core beehive node, which was 3,000 meters in diameter, completely turned into a golden world. At the same time that it suddenly lit up, waves of golden ripples spread out along the war drum like tides. In front of the huge drum mouth, they evolve into a golden fan-shaped ripple and quickly spread out. It expanded forward and pushed forward. In the blink of an eye, the front edge of the golden fan touched the two huge pillars of petrification divine ability light. Whoosh. Chapter 3642. The universe was heartless and treated everything as dogs. People were born, grew old, got sick, and died, and the moon waxed and waned. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning, earth, fire, and the cycle of life, death, and reincarnation all had their own eternal laws. The laws in the universe were different from those in the narrow, independent planets. They were more transcendent and complicated. The experts of the star state would only be qualified to touch the laws of the universe when they reached the 15th level of the star state. As for those who became star lords, they would only have a superficial understanding of the laws of the universe that they had studied. Every star lord had a different understanding of the laws of the universe. None of them had ever studied all the laws of the universe. They would usually pick the easier ones and spend their entire life studying them. The laws of time were one of the most mysterious laws of the universe. Few experts of the star state could touch them. However, this did not mean that no one could recognize the power displayed by the starry sky time laws. Even if one had never eaten pork, they would still have seen pigs run. It was precisely because of this that the moment the fan-shaped golden tide of power that leaked out from the ninth core beehive node of the mouth of the Raven of Time appeared, a wave of astonished cries rang out in the surrounding void like a tide. Almost all the experts of the universe and the Star Lords were horrified. They were completely shocked by the ruthless aura of the erosion of time that they had captured. This was especially so for the 100,000 feet long rainbow python that was directly facing the fan-shaped golden tide of power. As it cried out in alarm, its figure rapidly retreated as if it was avoiding a ghost, fearing that it would be too late. Unfortunately, no matter how fast it was, how could it be faster than the power of time? In the blink of an eye, the golden fan-shaped energy that had eroded the two pillars of petrification power completely enveloped the space where the python was. A mysterious power immediately spread out, causing the rapidly retreating figure of the python to come to a halt, as though it had been sealed. It couldn't move at all in that area of the void. Almost at the same time, the huge body of the colorful python suddenly darkened rapidly. In less than half a breath, the colorful python scales that covered the entire surface of the huge body were lifted up one by one and flew out of the body. They quickly turned into gray specks of dust and completely dissipated. It looked as if the colorful serpent was shedding its skin in the void. After the members of the colorful serpent evolved into the Star-Lord state, their true bodies would only shed their skin once every 10,000 years. 10,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye, but the Star-Lord colorful serpent's aura didn't increase at all. It was as if it had lost 10,000 years of vitality for nothing. Although it wasn't enough to cause him to immediately die on the spot, and it didn't even weaken his cultivation and strength in the slightest. This was merely the first wave of the tide of time. Just this wave of time, in less than a breath, had washed away tens of thousands of years of time. It wasn't just the colorful serpent. A lot of space warships in the fan-shaped area were affected too. Of the 200,000 warships, fortresses that the coalition army of the Second Universe had abandoned after the Weeping Soul Battle Llama's attack, almost half of them were in the golden fan-shaped area, behind the colorful serpent. Now, as the first wave of the tide of time washed over them, the more than 100,000 warships of various types instantly dimmed and became dilapidated at a rate visible to the naked eye. The Star-Lords were able to withstand the passage of 10,000 years, but it was completely different for the cold, lifeless warships. Some of the warships had already started to disintegrate in the later part of the tide of time. Rumble, boom. Soon, there was an earth-shattering roar, but there was no explosion that soared into the sky. A large number of battleships turned gray and eventually shattered. The dragon bones collapsed and completely turned into a pile of broken alloy garbage, floating in the void, turning into a shadow, causing the entire battleship to turn into a shadow, causing the entire battleship to turn into dust. The enormous body of the colorful serpent was no longer colorful. It looked lonely and old. Without the slightest pause, at the same time that the first wave of time had not gone far away, at the source of the entire golden fan-shaped area, a second wave of golden ripples visible to the naked, I had already ruthlessly whistled out from the mouth of the horn. Screech. Seeing that the second golden tide of time was approaching, the colorful serpent, who couldn't move at all, was appalled. Its huge eyes were filled with fear, and it let out a panicked roar. 10,000 years in one tide. As a Star Lord, the maximum lifespan of the colorful serpent was only 20 to 30,000 years. If the tide of time passed a few more times, it would completely age in the golden ripples. Tens of thousands of years would pass in the blink of an eye, and it would eventually decay due to old age. It would die. Before its roar died away, the second tide of time had already arrived. Visible golden ripples washed over the colorful serpent's body. Its roar instantly weakened and then disappeared. After the first tide of time, the colorful serpent seemed to have been washed clean. Its entire body was no longer mottled, and it was completely gray. However, its cultivation aura wasn't affected, and it was still powerful. Now, as the second tide of time invisibly washed over it, the dull body finally began to decline. On the surface of the dull body, the flesh and blood began to wither. In the end, countless pieces of flesh and blood were peeled off from the body like colorful python scales under the first tide of time. When they left, they turned into dust and scattered into ashes. In less than an instant, the flesh and blood of the python had been completely obliterated, and a large amount of bones and internal organs were revealed. Even though it hadn't been completely obliterated by the corrosion of the second tide of time, its aura had weakened to the extreme. If one suddenly glanced at it, it would seem like an aged giant that had experienced the decay of time. It was like a python that had 1 foot in the grave and was on its last breath. At that moment, the second tide of time had completely disappeared. The countless alloy cosmic garbage floating in the void behind the colorful serpent disappeared under the erosion of the invisible power of time of the first tide, turning into ashes. More than half of the more than 200,000 battleships, fortresses of various types had been completely annihilated and disappeared in only 2 waves of time tides. The remaining 100,000 battleships were spared because the void of the universe where they were floating happened to be on both sides of the huge fan-shaped area, so they were not destroyed by the 2 waves of time tides. They were enveloped by the tides and weren't eroded by the invisible power of time. Chapter 36:43. Time had tides, and each tide lasted 10,000 years. It was a horrifying scene. In this vast void shrouded by the golden fan, 20,000 years of time had passed in the blink of an eye. The hundreds of thousands of warships, fortresses abandoned by the coalition army of the Second Universe were eroded by the merciless power of time and disintegrated in the blink of an eye. In the end, even the countless alloy remnants that were floating in midair after the 100,000 warships were dismantled were obliterated. The terrifying Star Lord of the colorful Python clan, on the other hand, had been in the prime of his life. He could have lived for more than 20,000 years as a Star Lord. But now, in the short span of 2 breaths, 20,000 years had passed by in the blink of an eye. Under normal circumstances, he would have been able to advance from the 16th realm, the Star Lord realm, to the 17th, or even the 18th, the Master realm, after 20,000 years. By then, his lifespan would have increased too. If he were a realm lord, his lifespan would have been 100,000 years. He would have been able to survive such a terrifying tide of time. But now, 20,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. To this 100,000 feet long python, it had endured 20,000 years of merciless erosion in less than 2 breaths of time. However, it had passed through these 20,000 years in vain, and its cultivation base had not increased in the slightest. Hence, the calamity of the tide of time this time. Therefore, this tide of time was destined to fail. Because the last wave, which was also the third wave of the Golden Tide, was already rumbling towards them without stopping at all. Faced with the coming tide of time, the colorful Python clan, who was already at the end of its life, didn't even have the ability to roar at the sky like it did before the second tide of time arrived. It was dying and could only wait to die. However, in its huge but already muddy eyes, there was clearly a strong sense of unwillingness and resentment. This third tide of time was not complete. Even he could clearly feel that perhaps its power could not reach the level of 10,000 years per tide. At most, it could only bring about the instantaneous passage of 7 to 8,000 years. This was a fact. It was related to the tens of millions of golden slimes that served as the energy source of the time warp, as well as the purple gold slime that controlled the time warp in the core of the beehive node. Even if they gave it their all, they would only be able to form 3 tides of time at most. Moreover, the third tide of time was incomplete and had yet to be completely formed. On the other hand, if all the golden slimes were to improve by a level, the purple gold slime king would be able to reach the star lord state or even the region lord state from the current cosmos state. In that case, the full power of this war of time would be even more powerful. Each tide of time was equivalent to 10,000 years. 6 or 7 tides of time could be unleashed consecutively. Or perhaps the power of each tide represented more than 10,000 years of merciless passing. All of these were possible, and now there were exactly 3 waves of this tide. The final wave was still incomplete. However, it was meaningless. In fact, it was precisely because of this that the unwillingness in the python's heart grew even stronger and stronger. It was because it had less than 10,000 years left in its life. Too much of its vitality had been lost under the erosion of the previous 2 tides of time. His remaining lifespan could only last for another 5 to 6,000 years at most. Even if the power of this tide of time was incomplete and couldn't reach the last tide of time of 10,000 years, it would still be able to kill it. After 3 breaths of time had passed, the third tide of time had finally arrived. Visible golden ripples turned into merciless ripples of time that spread out from the narrow corner of the enormous fan that enveloped that corner of the void. Soon, it covered the entire body of the python. Its enormous body had already been reduced to bones and scales, with less than 40% of its flesh and blood remaining. Its entire body was like a ragged bag full of scars. Through the decaying flesh and blood wounds, one could clearly see that a lot of its internal organs had also withered. At that moment, with the arrival of the third tide of time, the merciless erosion of time reappeared. The python's entire body was visibly gray. Before the tide of time completely washed over it, there was no more flesh and blood left on its body. Even its internal organs fell out from its bones. They fell out of the gaps between its joints and turned into ashes after leaving the body. In just half a breath's time, all that could be seen in the void was an incomparably huge white skeleton. The colorful serpent, which had been a terrifying Star Lord, had completely perished. However, that wasn't the end of it. Even though the third wave of the tide of time wasn't complete, it still hadn't completely faded away. Even though the python had perished, the golden ripples of time were still like ripples that mercilessly washed over the white skeleton that lay across space. In the blink of an eye, the enormous skeleton of the python had turned into countless white powders, as if it had been completely weathered, scattering into the void and disappearing in the end. This scene didn't stop there. As the final bit of the third tide of time's merciless corrosive force gradually came to an end, the corrosion of the 30,000-meter-long skeleton started from the enormous white skull of the python and extended all the way to its tail. The process also lasted less than half a breath. When it finally came to an abrupt end, the golden ripples that were like tides in the enormous fan had completely disappeared. Only less than a third of the massive, colorful python's skeletal structure remained in midair. Just like that, it abruptly floated in the void without making a single sound. At first glance, it was clearly a skeleton that was so old that it didn't even have the slightest trace of decay left. Whoever had left it behind had been dead for at least 10,000 years. Even its remains had been completely eroded by the cosmic rays and the merciless passage of time. All of this took a long time to describe. In the void of the golden fan-shaped region that had just disappeared, nearly 30,000 years of merciless time had eerily passed by just a moment ago. But in truth, for all the powerful individuals in the universe who had witnessed everything in the space around the golden fan-shaped region, only 3 breaths had passed since the battle began. 3 seconds. More than 100,000 warships of various types had been annihilated. 3 seconds. An old monster of the colorful Python clan, who was a Star Lord, had perished. Chapter 3644. Amongst the 3 great war drums, the power of the Time War Drum was indeed the most terrifying. With a single strike, even the Star Lord old monster couldn't withstand it and directly fell. In the end, only a small piece of bone was left behind in the terrifying bloodline true body. Even Xianxia was extremely satisfied with such an effect. That was because the Star Lord's body was extremely strong. If it had been another Star Lord, they might have died even faster and more miserably. It was quite possible that not even a hair would have been left behind. The only thing that he regretted was the hundreds of thousands of warships, fortresses, and fortresses that had been buried with him. Previously, the army of the Second Universe had left almost 250,000 warships behind when they hurriedly retreated after the War Claw's all-out attack. However, only 112,000 of them were left at the moment. The rest had all been turned into ashes and disappeared without a trace under the merciless erosion of the golden ripples of time in the fan-shaped area. That's too wasteful. At the same time that Xianxia was extremely satisfied, his heart also faintly throbbed in pain. Even if the demon cultivator didn't want them, he could think of a way to keep them and hand them over to Triumph City in the future. Even though Triumph City was now like a paradise, undisturbed by anyone and enjoying the peace of the Death Star field, it was quietly developing at a rapid pace. Even though there were countless stars in the entire star field that could be used as or stars to mine resources, they had to refine these resources into starship alloys, and then turn these starship alloys into more than 100,000 warships of various types also required energy and time. However, just now, Xianxia had turned more than 100,000 warships into bubbles in less than 3 breaths. If Naples were there, he would probably beat his chest and stamp his feet. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Xianxia secretly reminded himself that he had to take some time to study the controllability of the 3 war claws. Otherwise, if he used such a full-strength attack every time, not only would the kinetic force suffer too many casualties, but the range of the target could also be controlled. Even the range and target of the power couldn't be precisely controlled. Either it didn't make a move, but once it did, it would directly envelop a large fan-shaped area and crush everything indiscriminately. This made people speechless. With that in mind, Xianxia immediately extended his mental power after the Colored Python clan's Star Lord Old Monster had perished. He checked the state of the Time Warp's thousands of beehive nodes. It would have been fine if he didn't look, but once he did, he was so shocked that he almost vomited blood on the spot. Previously, when the Weeping Soul Battle Arrowhead attacked with all its might, less than 100,000 of the 40 million Weeping Soul beasts had perished. But even so, Xianxia's heart ached. But now, after the Time Warcry's attack, nearly 5 million of the 50 million golden slimes and the thousands of beehive nodes had perished. The casualty ratio had reached 10%, which was 100% of the Weeping Soul Battle Llamas. This was 50 times the casualty ratio of the Weeping Soul Battle Llamas. Moreover, the remaining 40 million golden slimes were all extremely dispirited at this moment. Clearly, like the tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts in the Weeping Soul Battle Army, they needed to rest for a period of time before they could fight again. Fortunately, the golden slimes were different from the Weeping Soul beasts, which couldn't be replenished. The Weeping Soul beasts still had a slime mother nest that could continuously produce new members. The 5 million golden slimes lost in this battle could be replenished from the mother nest soon. But a casualty ratio of 10% was indeed too high. Even if the mother nest could withstand it, how could Yi not feel pained? It seemed that this problem was very serious. When he returned, he had to take some time to study it properly. He had to make sure that the power and range of the three battle armies' attacks were completely controllable. Otherwise, if he had to bear such a huge casualty after using it once, Yi felt that even if his nerves were strong, he wouldn't be able to withstand it if he used it a few more times. He would definitely suffer from heartache. Previously, Yi felt that it was a little strange that a Star-Lord old monster had been so easily killed by him. If he said that he didn't feel the slightest bit of pity, that would definitely be a lie. But now, when he thought about how 5 million golden slimes had been buried with that old guy, the faint pity in his heart instantly disappeared without a trace. On the contrary, he was gnashing his teeth. That old guy had really profited too much. He had actually taken 5 million golden slimes to be buried with him. Yi simply wished that he could pull him back and ruthlessly torture him again. After sighing for a while, his attention quickly returned to the void battlefield in front of him. At this time, after a short period of deathly silence caused by the shock in the hearts of the three great forces around the battlefield, it had long since become a boiling cauldron of voices again. Countless shocked cries rose and fell one after another, resounding without end. The two defense lines inside and outside the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor behind the 3 battle army were fine, but the coalition army of the slaves of the first universe behind the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor and the coalition army of the second universe, which only had 500,000 warships left, were all exclaiming and roaring furiously. Too many people were talking. Huh, damn it, who are you exactly? How dare you slay a Star-Lord Elder of my colored Python clan? My clan will not rest until you're dead. Huh, oh my god, was all of this real? A Star-Lord has completely perished? It's so horrifying. It's only been 3 seconds, and before everybody realized it, a Star-Lord colorful python has been completely obliterated, leaving only a small piece of bone behind. Is this the power of the laws of time? It's so horrifying. It's unbelievable. It's truly unbelievable. These 3 weapons of mass destruction are simply nightmares. One of them can trigger a spiritual storm, shatter the void of the universe, and create a turbulent void vortex. The other one can unleash a roar that doesn't deal any physical damage, but can instantly annihilate countless experts of the second universe who are below the Genesis state. The last one is even more unbelievable. It can even trigger the horrifying power of the laws of time in the universe and create a tide of time. Even a Star-Lord couldn't resist it and perished after only 3 seconds. With these 3 starry sky, great killing weapons, who can destroy the devil race? Right, there's a more critical question. Does it have anything to do with the Heavenly Legacy clan? Are those 3 weapons of mass destruction the work of the demons, or is the Heavenly Legacy clan involved in it? If it's the latter, doesn't it mean that the Heavenly Legacy clan's technology has reached the level of the laws of time in the universe? That's so shocking. It's the real black technology of space. Chapter 3645. The 3 weapons of mass destruction had intimidated everyone present. Since there was the Battle of Time that targeted existences like the great powers of the universe and the old monsters of the Star-Lord realm, there was also the Weeping Soul Battle of Time that targeted the general level of starry sky experts below the 13th Great Realm, the Genesis realm. It was definitely significant. Whether it was the Heavenly Legacy race or the demon race that controlled the 3 terrifying battle garrisons had become the question that the leaders of all the races in the camp were most concerned about. Moreover, the question was extremely sensitive. It had a significant and far-reaching impact on the overall situation of the first universe, and even the overall situation of the 3 universes. Yi had also thought of this question. In fact, he was considering it at the moment. After the Star-Lord of the Colored Python race died, the Coalition Army of the Second Universe in the Void Battlefield had stopped fighting. The Coalition Army still had more than 500,000 battleships, fortresses, and even 8 Star-Lords. However, the Weeping Soul War and the Battle of Time had been too intimidating. They didn't dare to act rashly anymore. Only the heavens knew if these two terrifying weapons of mass destruction had the ability to unleash another attack of the same level. If the answer was yes, wouldn't they be asking for trouble? No matter if they sent out a large number of battleships or Star-Lords, the end result would be miserable. Even if the two battle garrisons only had the power to launch one attack and couldn't launch the same attack again in a short time, there were still 3 battle garrisons in the void. The last one hadn't been used yet. Of course, the battle garrisons in the void couldn't be used even if they wanted to. Yixian only used it to make up the numbers. 3 battle garrisons were always more intimidating than 2. However, apart from him, even the leaders of the demon race didn't know about this. Therefore, the deterrence of the 3 battle garrisons was still there. The coalition army of the Second Universe could only gather the last 500,000 battleships and retreat first. Before the main force of the Second Universe arrived, or found a way to deal with the 3 weapons of mass destruction, the second wave of attacks could only be delayed indefinitely. They didn't even have time to send the experts of their race to take away the last remaining 100,000 battleships, fortresses, and fortresses in the void battlefield. If the 3 battle garrisons launched another attack during this process, wouldn't it be the same as sending countless people to their death for nothing? In a short time, the remaining 500,000 battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of the coalition army of the Second Universe had retreated to tens of millions of miles away. This distance was beyond the range of the main cannons of the fortresses. Even if the Star-Lords suddenly launched a sneak attack, they couldn't arrive instantly at such a long distance. In other words, the threat of the Second Universe coalition army of the Second Universe. Yixian's gaze swept across the space in front of him and fell into deep thought when it landed on the 110,000 or so battleships. According to his temper, Yixian would definitely not let go of the 110,000 battleships, fortresses, and fortresses. He would definitely find a way to collect them all and hand them over Naples. Presumably, the overall strength of Triumph City would increase by a large margin. However, this matter could only be thought about. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, it was really inconvenient for him to do so. Besides, there were more than 100,000 battleships spread out in the void. Although Yixian could collect them into his undying world, it would definitely take a lot of effort. His cultivation was still too weak. With a wave of his hand, he couldn't collect thousands of battleships at the same time. If he took out the Shinon Cauldron and sent the experts of the demon race into the space inside the cauldron one by one, it would save a lot of effort. However, that was obviously even more impossible. He would directly expose his identity. After weighing the pros and cons, Yixian could only give up helplessly. The demon race was now facing enemies from the front and back. It was time for them to need a large number of battleships. As an ally, Yixian was really embarrassed to take away more than 100,000 battleships urgently needed at this juncture. What's more, they had given him a void battleship for free before. Thinking like this, Yixian quickly, completely gave up the idea of taking more than 100,000 battleships. After pondering for a while, he changed his appearance into a middle-aged man with a curly beard in his 30s. Then, he stepped out of the time battleship and appeared in the void of the outside world. In the next moment, hundreds of millions of eyes gathered at the same time. At this moment, he was being watched by thousands of people at the same time. Whether it was the Second Universe's coalition army, the First Universe's coalition army, or even the demon race's royal families, Mo Qigong, Mo Wentian, Grandpa Mo, and others, they were all nervous about what kind of existence the expert who brought these 3 battleships was. At this moment, when someone walked out of the time battleship, all the experts' heartstrings instantly tightened. Immediately after, an extremely unfamiliar face that no one had ever seen before appeared in their line of sight. The upper echelons of the major forces were subconsciously stunned at the same time, and then all kinds of different thoughts surged in their minds. Especially the demon race's royal family's upper echelons, Mo Qigong, Mo Wentian, and Grandpa Mo. After being stunned for a moment, their originally tense heartstrings instantly relaxed by more than half. This was because this unfamiliar starry sky expert was clearly made of flesh and blood, and his cultivation was also at the first level of the Void Realm. Since he was made of flesh and blood, then it was absolutely impossible for him to be a certain upper echelon of the Tianji clan. Moreover, Prince Xian's cultivation was at the 7th level of the Mystic Light Realm, which was the 11th level of the Void Realm. The difference between him and this unfamiliar expert who was at the first level of the Void Realm was not big. There was only a difference of 3 small levels. With that kid's monstrous talent, it wasn't entirely impossible for him to advance 3 small stages in such a freakish manner after more than half of the time had passed. It was not like it had never happened before. Furthermore, the time battleship was in his hands, so his identity was basically confirmed. There was a 99% chance that he was Prince Xian. At this moment, after stepping out of the time battleship and arriving in the void outside, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand, and in the blink of an eye, the 3 great killing weapons in the void in front of him were all stored in the undying world within his body. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the few upper echelons of the demon race who knew his identity and the secret alliance between him and the demon race immediately lit up, because this meant that it was very likely that there were no other experts in the 3 battleships, for example, the Tianji clan. In other words, although the origin of the other 2 battleships was mysterious and puzzling, at least one thing could be confirmed, and that was that this matter had nothing to do with the Tianji clan. Although the Tianji clan had the ability to build these 2 battleships in just half a month, Prince Xian clearly did not. Through other channels, he could have done this. This was enough. Chapter 3646. My royal brother, Mo Yifeng. In just 7 short words, not only did they determine Yi Xian's new identity and make him a member of the royal family of the demon cultivator race, they even helped him choose a name. Mo Qifeng. Mo Qifeng, on the other hand, complemented each other with the might of the 3 great battles he had just unleashed, suppressing the entire void. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, then laughed bitterly in his heart. Mo Wentian was obviously trying to tie his new identity to the demon race. Even if Yi Xian's true identity was revealed in the future, he would be branded with a close relationship with the demon race to a certain extent. Although this was more or less selfish, Yi Xian didn't care. After all, his identity as Prince Xian was also fake. Wasn't he still tied to the same chariot as the Immortal Dynasty on the surface? To be honest, if the Immortal Dynasty and the demon race were to be compared, Yi Xian actually received more benefits from the demon race than the Immortal Dynasty. If it wasn't for the Black Mosquito tribe's sage trial, which allowed Yi Xian to enter the demon race's forbidden area, which was the desolate ancient cage mystery realm, Yi Xian basically wouldn't exist today. Even if he had other opportunities, the height of his growth and the various foundations in his hands would definitely be far inferior to what he had now. From his point of view, now that he was following the demon emperor Mo Wentian's intentions and tying this new identity to the demon race's chariot, it was actually just returning the favor. Besides, the situation in the first universe was chaotic now. As long as the Tianji clan didn't reveal the secret of his true identity, Yi Xian wouldn't easily return to Triumph City in the Death Starfield, so as to avoid bringing back the chaos and trouble outside. Then, in the situation where the identities of young Master Linghu, young Master Yuming, and Baofeng Sha couldn't be used temporarily, Yi Xian would rather stay here as a member of the demon race's royal family than casually change his identity. This way, it would be more convenient for him to carry out the follow-up arrangements and deal with some matters. Thinking like this, Yi Xian immediately smiled faintly. He did not say anything else, but across the void, he cupped his fists towards Mo Wentian and the other high-level members of the demon royal family who were standing in the void outside the atmosphere of the demon imperial star. This was clearly a tacit agreement. It meant that Yi Xian had acknowledged the words of the Devil King Mo Wentian and acknowledged the identity of the upper echelon of the Devil People imperial family, Mo Jinfeng. The few upper echelons of the Devil Dwellers all secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Then, the Devil Emperor Mo Wentian raised his head and laughed again. He waved at Yi Xian from afar and called out intimately, "Brother, you've worked hard. Come quickly." Then he waved his hand and shouted in a deep voice, "Check the order. Immediately lead a fleet to bring back all the spoils of war." In this battle, Brother Jinfeng has made a great contribution. Pass down the order. Tonight, I will reward the entire clan. The entire Devil Imperial City will celebrate all night. Soon, a fleet sailed out from the inner defense line of the Devil Emperor 3 stars and rushed to the void battlefield ahead. This fleet had a large number of Devil Dweller experts. They would enter the more than 100,000 ghost ships that were quietly hovering in the void battlefield and drive them back to the Devil Emperor 3 stars. Then, after cleaning up the corpses of the experts of the Second Universe who had already died, these more than 100,000 battleships would become the battleships of the Devil Dweller race. The Devil Dweller experts would enter and gallop on the star battlefield. Of course, before officially entering the battle, these more than 100,000 battleships of various types would obviously undergo a certain degree of modification. At least the center of the star brain needed to be dealt with. Otherwise, once the signal receiving function of the external star network was turned on, it was very likely that it would be remotely controlled by the allied forces of the Second Universe. Invasion and control. At the same time, when Yixian heard the Devil Emperor Mo Wentian mention Chanas, his face was obviously slightly stunned. Then, as if thinking of something, he subconsciously looked at the Expeller, the flagship fortress of the Heavenly Fate clan's vanguard fleet, which had retreated to the outer defense line of the Devil Emperor 3 stars. Not only did Sha Baofeng surrender to the Devil Dweller race, but even Chanas had returned to the Devil Imperial City. Calculating the time, although his injuries were basically healed, after all, it was the wrath of a Star Lord. No matter how fast he recovered in half a month, it was impossible for him to be able to enter the battlefield so quickly, right? Yixian felt that there was something fishy about this matter, but he couldn't figure it out at all. At the moment, he could only secretly pay attention to it and put it aside for the time being. Then, his figure soared forward and crossed the void. Soon, he arrived at the void outside the atmosphere of the Devil Imperial planet and landed in front of the upper echelons of the Devil Dweller royal family. Except for the dozens of Devil Dweller royal uncles that he had just rescued from the Imperial prison of the Heavenly Fate Inner City, Mo Qigong, Devil Emperor Mo Wentian, and the others, the upper echelons of the Devil Dweller royal family, standing behind, were all confused. They didn't know about the secret alliance between the Devil Dweller race and Prince Xian, so it was naturally impossible for them to guess the true identity of this Mo Jinfeng standing in front of them. Unfortunately, there was no such person in the Devil Dweller royal family, and at this time, they couldn't ask, which was really difficult for them. Their minds were full of water on one side and flour on the other. Just a little bit of thinking, and their minds were immediately filled with paste. With the arrival of Yixian, the gazes of great-grandfather Mo Qigong, Devil Emperor Mo Wentian, and the others all gathered. Although they didn't say anything, the exchange of glances was enough. They smiled faintly and nodded to each other as a greeting. Find a place to deal with the corpses of the Second Universe's experts in the Devil Imperial planet later. I have some use for them. Yixian nodded. As he spoke, he paused for a moment, then continued. The valley from last time is good. It's quiet enough, and it's hidden enough. These words were said in a low voice. Only great-grandfather Mo Qigong, and the Devil Emperor Mo Wentian could hear them. The latter didn't think much and immediately nodded in agreement. The reason why Yi Xian needed the corpses of the Second Universe's experts was to let his battle weapon, the withered demon bloodblade, have a feast of flesh and blood. This would be very beneficial to the withered demon bloodblade that had fallen into a deep sleep and was in the process of evolving. Although they were all experts of the Second Universe's various races below the Genesis realm, their cultivation wasn't very strong, and before their souls were extinguished and they died, they didn't activate their bloodline true bodies, so the amount of qi and blood in the corpses was limited. But after all, there was enough of them. Chapter 36:47. What? The younger brother of the Devil Emperor, Mo Jinfeng? Who has heard of this person? The demon race is indeed worthy of being one of the top 3 slave races in the first universe. The water is too deep. I didn't expect such a monstrous member of the royal family to be hidden in the race. He's been hidden away to study the great killing weapon of war. Even at the end of the first battle in the Starry Sky battle in the frontier of the demon race, when the first great killing weapon was born, this MO gene phone was not exposed. Until now, the 3 great battle weapons of the demon race have moved out in full force and ruthlessly defeated the coalition army of the second universe. Only then did he finally reveal his level. This is really King good at enduring. Move out in full force? I'm afraid not, right? Who can guarantee that the demon race really only has 3 battle weapons? When only 1 battle weapon appeared before, I'm afraid no one thought that the demon race actually has 3 of such terrifying Starry Sky killing weapons, right? Yes, they can take out 3. Why can't they take out more? We're in big trouble. This is a supreme killing weapon that can even kill the Star-Lord Old Monster. If there are 8 or 10 of them, even though the first universe is big, except for the Tianji clan, which clan can suppress the demon race. And all of this is done by MO Gene Phone. I didn't expect that after Sha Baofeng of the Tianji clan, the demon race actually has a peerless, monstrous talent who can compete with Prince Xian, Invincible War God, Young Master Linghu, and Young Master Yuming. His name is MO Gene Phone, and his momentum is inexplicable. Yes, he can create such a great killing weapon like the Starry Sky battle weapon and casually take out 3 of them. The power is completely different. Each has its own focus, but they're all terrifying. With such talent, this MO Gene Phone can definitely be the 6th supreme monstrous talent in this world. The demon race is about to rise. As Demon Emperor Mo, when Tian's words of my royal brother MO Gene Phone spread out, Yixian did not deny it, but acquiesced. He smiled and cupped his hands to Demon Emperor Mo when Tian and other senior members of the demon race across the void. The coalition army of the first universe was in an uproar again. At this moment, in the enormous coalition army that had more than 1 million warships, fortresses, the leaders of the fleets of the slave clans all felt their hearts sink to rock bottom. Regardless of whether or not the demon humans race had truly colluded with the Tianji race, the appearance of these 3 Star Wars was enough to show the terrifying strength of the demon humans race. Although the alliance army of the slave races in the first universe was very powerful and had millions of battleships, in the face of the 3 terrifying space battles, the higher-ups of the fleet commanders of the slave races all felt a chill in their hearts without exception. They felt powerless to resist. Compared to the second universe's alliance army, which took the initiative to start this plane-level Star War and joined forces to invade, the first universe's alliance army formed a huge alliance army of 1 million battleships to jointly suppress the demon race. However, in fact, this alliance army didn't have much cohesion at all. Although it didn't become a mob, it wasn't much better. If the demon race was weak, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, once the demon race showed that they could threaten the entire alliance army, even if they only had the overall strength to injure both sides, the possibility of this so-called alliance army quickly collapsing from the inside was at least more than 70%. And now, even the cohesive force of the second universe's various races had been scared off by the demon race's appearance in the 3 Starry Skies. How much trouble could this subjugation force of the first universe's various races, which was no better than a motley crew, cause? Not only did Yi Xian, Grandpa Mo, Elder Mo, Demon King Mo, Wentian, and the other higher-ups of the royal family of the demon race knew this, but so did the commanders of the fleets of the slave races in the first universe. When Yixian leaped up and headed toward the Demon King Mo, Wentian, and the others at the same time, in the inner defense line of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor, the receiving fleet led by the commander of the Demon Emperor Guards, Chanas, also sailed out and rushed to the void battlefield ahead. Thousands of miles away from the demonic Emperor 3 stars in the void, Within the millions of slaves of the first universe who were watching the battle from afar, the commanders and higher-ups of the fleets of various races were all ready to make a move. All of them wanted to leave. It was just that no clan had the nerve to be the first to leave. For a while, the first fleet that took the lead to leave had not appeared yet. However, when Yi Xian and the other higher-ups of the royal family of the demon race all turned their heads and looked at them, their eyes were filled with strong hostility. The commanders of the fleets of the various clans suddenly trembled, and an extremely bad premonition arose in their hearts. Although they were more than 1,000 miles away from the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor, for Mo Jinfeng, who was in the 12th realm of the Void Realm, it was just a short distance that he could cover with a few teleportations at most. They were not afraid of the starship army of the demon race. After all, the allied fleets of the slave races had more than 1 million battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various types in total. But for the 3 space battleships in the hands of Mo Jinfeng, the commanders of the slave races, without exception, were all very afraid of them. Once that guy performed the void teleportation, came close to them in the blink of an eye, and then launched the 3 powerful battleships at the same time, something big was definitely going to happen. As a matter of fact, he did not need to go through so much trouble at all, because it had been proven that once the 3 space battleships were activated, the fan-shaped area in front of the enormous mouth of the 300,000 meters wide within the range of the power of the battleships could cover almost 1,000 miles at most. In other words, Mo Jinfeng, the royal brother of the demon race, did not need to perform the void teleportation at all. He could launch the 3 space battleships from 1,000 miles away and immediately crush them as soon as possible. If he performed the void teleportation once to advance 2 or 300 kilometers in order to ensure the lethality, and then launched the battleships to launch the bombardment, it would be even more perfect. With the scale of 1 million battleships of the Allied army, it was impossible for them to evacuate completely in an instant. If the 3 space battleships were launched at the same time, at least half of the Allied army of 1 million battleships would be lost here. The casualties would be heavy, and rivers of blood would be shed. Chapter 3648. The 3 known universes all had vast territories. Even in the 3rd universe, which was occupied by the human race, there were other non-human races living there. However, they were all weak and dependent on the human race. They kept a low profile, so they rarely showed themselves. The 1st and 2nd universes had many races. The overlord of the 1st universe was the Heavenly Legacy race, and it was said that there were tens of thousands of slaves under its command. This was naturally an exaggeration, but in fact, in the 1st universe, there were more than 1,000 races. Because all the races in the 1st universe were under the command of the Heavenly Legacy race, they were mercilessly enslaved by the Heavenly Legacy race. Therefore, even though there were more than 1,000 races in the 1st universe, there was no so-called top 10 like the races in the 2nd universe's federation. However, among the servant clans of the 1st universe, there was a publicly recognized saying that they were in the top 3. That was to say, among the slave races, the overall strength of the race was ranked in the top 3. Of course, this was talking about the overall strength of the race, not the individual combat strength or bloodline talent of the race. The entire 1st universe was ruled by the Heavenly Legacy race. They were the overlords. The other races, even if their individual talent and combat strength were very strong, could only keep a low profile. Among the slave races in the 1st universe, among the 3 races that were recognized as the top 3, other than the demon race known as the Heavenly Legacy Scouts, the other 2 races were the Space Rats and the Hell Ants. These 2 clans didn't sound like they were worth mentioning. They were either rats or ants, but in fact, the continuation of their clans had quite a history. It was said that the bloodline of the Space Rat originated from the Void Rat of the Primordial Era. Just by hearing this name, one could basically guess the power of its bloodline talent. That's right, the Void Rats were born with a certain amount of space law in the universe. Their bodies were the most perfect treasures to break through realms. Not only could they perfectly hide their bodies in the void of the universe, but neither secret realms nor barriers in some small, independent spaces could block their bodies. As for the so-called sealing array, it was even more of a joke. This was definitely far more terrifying than the sealing power of the barrier-breaking boots. There was even a saying that when the void rats grew to a certain extent, they could even ignore the planar barriers between the planes of the greater universe. This was terrifying. It meant that planar space travel no longer required wormholes to be carried out. This kind of technology was something that even the Heaven's Legacy race would not be able to do. Until now, he had never mastered it. However, Xianxia's devouring system's ability to jump interplanar coordinates seemed to be similar to this, or even more powerful. From this perspective, Xingbo, the human technological pioneer who created the devouring system, was simply an unparalleled genius. The more Yixian learned about the system, the more respect he had for it. This was because he increasingly realized how terrifying and incomprehensible the devouring system was. The blood descendant of Space Rat, was one of the top 3 slave races in the second universe. It was not because Space Rat was strong, but because of other reasons. On one hand, this was because this race was simply too powerful in terms of reproduction, and on the other hand, the Heaven's Legacy race valued this race far more than the other slave races. Although the space rats only had a small amount of extremely thin space rat bloodline, the Heaven's Legacy race had never stopped researching this race's bloodline talents. It was said that the Heaven's Legacy race had successfully cultivated a space rat with a highly atavistic bloodline nearly 10,000 years ago. Although it could not be called a space rat yet, it was not too far away. Later on, it was through in-depth research on this quasi-void rat that the upper echelons of the Heaven's Legacy race were inspired and finally invented the space folding technology. Besides the space rat, the Hell Ant also had a great background. It was said that the bloodline source of the Hell discussion was the Nether Ant from the primordial era. The Nether Ant was the same as the Void Rat. They belonged to a mysterious race from the primordial era and had long gone extinct in the current world. It was said that the real underworld ants were completely immortal and indestructible. Of course, this was a relative statement, referring to the fact that conventional methods and means could no longer threaten their existence. However, all things in the world had their mutual promotion and suppression. Since the underworld ants had already disappeared from the world, there was no trace of them. It was suspected that it had long gone extinct. Then, in the primordial era, there must have been a creature that was its natural enemy. The Nether Ant was said to live in the legendary Nether Prison. Its entire body was covered in black flames. As for the Hell Ant, although it was not like the source of its bloodline, its entire body was steaming with terrifying black underworld flames. However, the Hell Ant's body was able to secrete a black liquid. This liquid was incomparably cold and had no temperature. However, even the hardest void, indestructible metal could not withstand this liquid. The corrosion of the Hell Ant's liquid. After a long time, it would definitely be corroded and penetrated. From this point of view, Yixian's indestructible glass armor could not withstand the bites of the Hell Ant. It should be known that even the void-swallowing beast, which was known as the Void Soldier Ladle, could not bite through the void indestructible gold. However, if Yixian's indestructible glass armor, which was mixed with a piece of void indestructible gold, encountered a large group of Hell Ants, the result would most likely be a group of ants devouring an elephant after a long time. In the end, it would still be a tragedy. The reason why the Hell Ant could become one of the top 3 slave races in the second universe was similar to the space rat. This race's reproduction ability was also terrifying, and their numbers were too large. In the western territory of the second universe, there was a vast void called the Hell Ant Starfield. That was the ancestral land of the Hell Ant race. The entire Hell Ant Starfield was almost 3 times the size of the Demon Domain. Every star in it was inhabited by a large number of Hell Ants. This kind of life form had very low requirements for survival environment. Even if it was not a life planet, but an abandoned mineral star, they could still go to heaven and earth. Another reason why they could become one of the top 3 races was similar to the space rat. Their bloodline talent was extremely valued by the Tianji clan. The Hell Ant's body secreted a black liquid with terrifying corrosive power, the Hell Ant liquid. For the Tianji clan, it was a rare material that was indispensable in industrial construction because it could be used to decompose almost any hard metal. In addition, this Hell Ant liquid also had various other magical uses, including a very wonderful tempering effect on the bodies of the Tianji clan members. In fact, even in the two camps of the human clan in the third universe, the Hell Ant liquid secreted by the Hell Ant was a sacred body tempering product that was hard to find even with 10,000 gold. This was especially true for the Starry Sky masters who walked the path of body tempering, as well as those top families who studied gene cultivation fluid. Chapter 3649. Boom! As Yi Xian's figure flashed, he directly performed void teleportation. His figure crossed 200 to 300 kilometers of the universe and appeared in the distant starry sky, only 700 to 800 kilometers away from the First Universe's alliance army. The fleet commanders of the First Universe's slave clans, who were preparing to flee in a hurry, were shocked on the spot. They were scared out of their wits. Soon, Yi Xian's warning was heard. He said that if any battleship performed a space jump to leave, he wouldn't mind immediately ordering the 3 space warships to shoo at the same time. The fleet commanders of the slave clans were stunned on the spot. Previously, only the Weeping Soul warship and the Time warship had killed tens of millions of experts of the Second Universe, as well as a Star-Lord Old Monster of the Colorful Python clan. If the 3 warships really fired at the same time and attacked together, it was estimated that even if their million-strong army was not wiped out, at least 70% of them would be killed or injured. Moreover, although the slave clans had basically sent out a fleet to suppress the demon race, the commanders of each fleet were all mighty figures of the universe. It wasn't that they didn't have existences at the level of the Star-Lord, but they wouldn't easily send them out. Facing the Time warship that could kill even the Star-Lord Old Monsters in seconds, these universe realm commanders of the various clans simply didn't have any confidence. Helplessly, the commanders of the slave clans immediately ordered all the battleships of the fleet under them to stop accumulating energy. Under such circumstances, they couldn't directly perform a space jump without a care. That way, at most, only the small group of battleships with the fastest jumping ability could survive. The rest would all be wiped out. However, this didn't mean that the slave clans really intended to give in. For the time being, they ordered all the fleets under them to stop jumping and accumulating energy. In their opinion, this was just a delaying tactic or a deliberate move to confuse the enemy. The moment the order was issued, the fleet commanders of the various slave clans had already started a secret discussion through the internal encrypted frequency band. They all looked extremely angry and murderous, too arrogant. So what if he's the royal brother of the demon race? How dare he stop our million-strong army alone? He's just an ant with a cultivation base of only the 12th realm of the void. Who gave him such guts? How dare he shout at us? A group of mighty figures of the universe. A mighty figure of the 9-winged heavenly silkworm clan roared endlessly, seemingly furious. He seemed to have forgotten that not long ago, even a Star-Lord Old Monster of the Colorful Python clan couldn't last more than 3 breaths in the hands of the ant he was talking about. What can we do? Everyone saw the terrifying power of the 3 warships in his hands. Even Star-Lord Old Monsters couldn't withstand them. Are we supposed to attack him? That's the rhythm of the universe. A mighty figure of the universe of a weaker race replied. As soon as he finished speaking, this statement received a response. Another similarly weak race, the supreme commander of its fleet, strongly supported. Now it seems that the demon race should not have colluded with the Heaven's Legacy race. They have such a terrifying killing weapon in their hands. Why would they need to collude with the Heaven's Legacy race? In my opinion, the reason why Yi Luo's Vanguard fleet appeared outside the defense line of the Demon Emperor 3 stars is most likely because they were detained. That's right. In the face of the 3 warships, Yi Luo's Vanguard fleet only has a little more than 10,000 warships of various types. They can't raise a storm at all and can only admit defeat. Therefore, we can basically rule out the possibility of the demon race colluding with the Tianji clan. From the looks of it, our allied army's so-called crusade doesn't live up to its name. Another supreme commander of a universe spoke up. The first half of his sentence seemed to be in support of the side that had admitted defeat, but halfway through, his tone changed, and he began to sneer. But the more it's like this, the more we can't let it go. Do you want to see a second heavenly legacy race appear in the first universe? The demon race. They want to take advantage of this opportunity to rise fully. Today, they brought out the long-hidden warships of the universe in a high-profile manner. This is irrefutable evidence. That's right. The Tianji clan's momentum is gone. As long as we and the other slave races unite and resist together, they won't be able to do anything in a short time. It's impossible to let the first universe return to the situation where the Tianji clan dominated alone. 10,000 years of enslavement, the slave races. They have long been alert and united against a common enemy. But the demon race is different. They were the same as us before, a slave race of the Tianji clan. From a certain point of view, all the other races don't have a strong sense of hatred for the demon race like the Tianji clan. This is extremely dangerous. They have a chance to break through in one go. They will eventually replace the Tianji clan and become the second supreme overlord of the first universe. At that time, what awaits us is still the same fate of being mercilessly enslaved as in the past. We will never compromise. We will never accept enslavement again. The first universe is the first universe of all races. The situation of all races worshiping one side in the past tens of thousands of years will never happen again. The races of the first universe should blossom everywhere and achieve unity. That's right. Any race that has ambitions and wants to destroy the unity of the first universe should be firmly resisted by us. The demon race is not allowed, even if they have the 3 great war machines in their hands. Seconded. If that's the case, then to fight or to make peace, let's raise our hands to vote. Soon, the results of the vote were out. More than 70% of the races decided to resist, and even the countermeasures had been put out. The only reason why the demon race's royal brother, Mo Jiofeng, was so tyrannical and arrogant was because of the terrifying power of the 3 great war machines in his hands. However, his own cultivation base was not strong. He was only at the first level of the Void Realm. As long as he could take advantage of the fact that he was unprepared to strike and kill him, the threat of the 3 great war machines would naturally disappear. He should not be able to make a timely and effective response in a short period of time. Perhaps he could take advantage of this opportunity to snatch the 3 great war machines in one go. Even if we can't use it, we can't destroy it. We can't let it fall into the hands of the demon race. And as long as there was no threat of these 3 great war machines, with the current scale of 1,000,000 battleships of the allied forces of the various races, the demon race only had less than 500,000 troops, and they could be suppressed in just one battle. In this way, the ambitious demon race, this big tumor, would be completely eradicated. Yes. Chapter 3650. Mo Jinfeng was standing alone in the void hundreds of kilometers away. Behind him, Grandpa Mo, who had reached the peak of the 9th rank of the Star-Lord state, had returned to the demonic Emperor planet and disappeared. There was no need for him to take action in such a situation. Yi Xian had level 8 mental power. He was completely confident in dealing with the coalition army of the slaves of the first universe. Grandpa Mo and the other senior members of the royal family had also considered the possibility of the enemy sending a universe grand expert to assassinate him. But they weren't worried, either. The most terrifying thing about Prince Xian wasn't the 3 space fortresses, but his own strength and methods. It wasn't as if no one had ever killed a universe realm expert, or even a Star-Lord. Since he dared to step forward so boldly, the others had nothing to worry about. Being overly nervous was a sign of distrust towards allies, which was a taboo. Therefore, apart from Grandpa Mo, all the other Star-Lords, including Mo Wentian, hid themselves and retreated to the demonic Emperor planet. In the void behind them, only Mo Qigong and a few other upper echelons of the demon royal family were mobilizing their battleships and were about to arrive. They were arranged behind Yixian and the 3 battleships. Their purpose was only to strengthen their momentum. However, in the eyes of the supreme commander of the various races of the First Universe's coalition army, it was obviously another matter. In their opinion, this was the negligence of the demon race. They actually left the demon race's royal brother, who was only a rank 1 void space, alone in the void at the front of the battlefield. All of them, all the Star Lords left. Some of the universe grand experts were even infuriated, thinking that it was an insult to them. The demons were too arrogant. They had completely ignored the coalition army of millions of other races. However, there were also some people who were secretly delighted. They urged the space rats and the hell ants to immediately take action. They wanted to take advantage of the fact that the other side was unguarded to launch a thunderous attack. They wanted to kill Mo Jinfeng as soon as possible. As for the 3 starry skies, they would seize them if they could. If they couldn't, they would destroy them on the spot. To avoid future troubles, the assassination was immediately launched. The commander of the Hell Ants, Mighty Ant God, did not immediately rush to the battlefield. Instead, after concealing himself, he stepped out of the flagship fortress and hid nearby, not daring to get too close. Even the supreme expert of the universe would more or less cause some spatial fluctuations when they teleported through the void. The experts of the 12th Great Realm, the Void Realm, could already keenly capture this kind of weak, fluctuating aura. Even if Mo Jinfeng couldn't avoid the close-range killing blow represented by teleportation in time, this place was too close to the Demon Emperor 3 stars and still within the range of the Star Master's senses. Once Grandpa Mo and the other Star Lords sensed the space waves, they could arrive instantly and take action. Not only would the assassination fail, but it would also be tragic. Therefore, Mighty Ant had no choice but to hide in the void near the front of his own fleet. He was on full alert. If Mao Jin, the supreme expert of the space rats, succeeded in the assassination, he would not need to do anything. But if he failed, all he had to do was look at the situation and decide whether to try again and immediately rush over to give him the final blow. At the same time, the supreme expert of the space rats, Mao Jin, also concealed himself and left the flagship fortress of his fleet and entered the void. Although he was not a real void rat and had the terrifying ability to completely ignore the barriers of space and perfectly integrate himself into the void, he still had some of the void rat's inherited bloodline in his body, even though his cultivation was only at the 15th realm, the universe realm. However, so long as he utilized the energy within his body, activated his bloodline ability, and fused into space, then even a terrifying existence at the 9th rank of the Star-Lord realm, at the peak of the 9th rank of the Star-Lord realm, would absolutely be unable to capture the slightest spatial fluctuation that was related to his movements. Reality was indeed so. A few hundred kilometers away, Mao Jin's figure completely merged into the void and left no traces behind. Moreover, his speed was extremely fast, and in a short few breaths of time, he had already approached Yixian's side. Swish! There were no spatial fluctuations, and only a cold light flashed. A dark and cold light flashed from the void to the right of Yixian's figure and slashed towards his neck. This was clearly an attack that intended to behead him, and it was absolutely a strike of lightning. Even though Yixian had expected that his opponent would very likely use such a method to open up the situation and resolve the predicament, and he had even planned a method to deal with it in his heart, the assassination of the space rats was too sudden. This ghastly cold light had already arrived at the side of his neck, and Yixian's body even instinctively reacted to it, causing the hair on his back to stand on end, yet he still didn't sense any spatial fluctuation. Space rat? He really lives up to his reputation. A flash of inspiration flashed through Yixian's mind, and he immediately guessed the identity of his opponent. Just as he spoke, the space between his eyebrows suddenly burned, and an invisible beam of light shot out. In an instant, he saw a human-shaped Mao Jin in the void beside him. When the two parties' eyes met, the Mao Jin's sneaky eyes instantly widened, and the attack he was raising his claws towards Yi Xian's throat paused slightly. He cried out in shock. "How is this possible? You can actually see me?" This was naturally the power of Yi Xian's demon soul, to see the source of the power. However, just seeing the other party was obviously useless. Although the demon soul, was mysterious, and it was even said that when it reached a certain level, the light it emitted would have a mysterious soul-sucking effect. However, Yi Xian's demon soul, had only evolved to the intermediate level, so the power it displayed was basically useless. It could only be considered a supportive effect, and it didn't have any killing power. However, almost at the same time that Mao Jin let out a soft cry, the spiritual source core in Yi Xian's mind that was suspended in his sea of consciousness started to operate at full speed. Spiritual reversal. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes flickered, and he didn't hesitate to activate the spiritual power that had just been upgraded to the intermediate level not long ago. Soon, as the spiritual source core in his mind started to operate crazily, a majestic and mighty spiritual power instantly burst out. Level 8 spiritual power poured out like a tide without any form or substance, but it instantly spread out on the cold light that was slashing towards his neck. This cold light was the space rat's left claw, but at this moment, it was completely covered by this invisible spiritual power. In an instant, it affected the trajectory of its force field, forming a mysterious reversal effect. Poof! The cold light that was about to touch Yi Xian's neck suddenly retracted, and in the blink of an eye, it completely reversed and attacked Mao Jin, who was still crying out involuntarily. With a plop, his head was cut off, and it rolled into the void. After all, Yi Xian was an almighty figure. In this kind of close-range battle, it was true that he couldn't casually kill him with one strike. However, if he made a move, it would be a different story. Chapter 3651. Yi Xian was now the younger brother of the demon race, Mo Jinfeng, so he could use all kinds of mental power skills, secret arts, and divine abilities without any pressure. Even a mental lightning art that had been exposed in front of others was fine. There was no need to worry about exposing his identity. Back when he used the identity of young Master Linghu to use the mental lightning art, Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, Chodo Fu, Yuling Long, and the others in the Farmer God Cauldron, Gong Wuxin and the others suspected that the ability he used had something to do with the demon race's mental power. For warriors, there was simply no trace to follow. But after all, suspicions were only suspicions. Without conclusive evidence, those fellows feared young Master Linghu and didn't dare to speak carelessly. Otherwise, if young Master Linghu didn't fall, they would be doomed. And now, this was the devil domain. Although there weren't many devil cultivator experts who knew the spiritual lightning technique, and it could even be said that there were very few of them, it wasn't that there weren't any. As the Devil Emperor's younger brother, it was natural for Yi Xian to be able to use the spiritual lightning technique. As for the spiritual reversal, it was a kind of magical technique that belonged to the category of spiritual power. When it was used, it would only release a layer of spiritual light. Its power and profound meaning were not concrete, so it was very strange and unfathomable. Even though they were on the Demon Emperor planet, Grand Elder Mo and the other demon race's star lords had been paying close attention to the battlefield. When they saw Yi Xian use such a terrifying and unstoppable mental power ability, they couldn't help but be stunned. Then they shook their heads and sighed. They stood up. They only knew that it was a mental power ability, but they didn't know its specific information, not even its name. There was no need to mention the experts of the other slave races other than the demon race. To them, this was simply unimaginable. The rat feather brocade was clearly about to succeed in its assassination. Not only did it silently close in for an attack, but the sharp claws that suddenly extended out from the void had already touched the target's neck. It only needed a light swipe, and a large head would fall into the void in an instant. Who would have thought that the final result would be so strange and shocking? The head did roll, but it wasn't the demon's younger brother, Mo Jinfeng's head. It was the Space Rat Clan's almighty rat Mao Jin's head. The old man seemed to have lost his mind. He was clearly about to succeed, but at the last critical moment, He took the initiative to reveal his figure. He even exclaimed softly. At the same time, he instantly retracted the sharp claws that he had stretched out. He circled his neck and directly cut off his own head. Come, this was King like seeing a ghost. A space rat Mao Jin's head, who was most proficient in stealth assassination, went to assassinate a Void Realm demon ant, and in the end, not only failed, but also lost his life. The crux of the matter was that it wasn't the other party who made the move. It was him who cut off his own head. Boom! The hell of the hell ant gods, head of the hell ant races, almighty god of the hell ant races of the hell. His figure appeared in an instant. His face was aghast as he exclaimed, "What kind of technique is this?" Mao Jin cut his. This kid is strange. At the same time, the power in his body surged crazily, activating his bloodline talent. In the blink of an eye, a huge black hell ant over 100 feet in size appeared in the void. The ant god decided to take action, but he didn't plan to get close. Mao Jin's death was too unjust. The other party clearly had a terrifying and strange technique, which was close to evil. No wonder he was so arrogant, daring to face 1,000,000 soldiers alone. This was the rhythm of not being afraid of assassination at all. Getting close was death. He decided to try one last time. From hundreds of miles away, he would release a large amount of hell ant liquid in his body, forming a hell liquid demon rain. At that time, as long as one drop could touch the other's body, it would be able to severely injure him, and he would not be able to avoid the following drops of hell ant liquid rain. The final result would be that his entire body would be corroded, melt, and then die. If this method couldn't do anything to the other party, it meant that today's matter couldn't be done. The ant god would retreat immediately. The hell ant fleet that he brought this time would leave if they could. If they couldn't, the worst-case scenario was that they would all be wiped out. He would teleport away first. The strange death of Mao Jin was too shocking for him. An unprecedented sense of crisis shrouded his body and mind. He didn't want to follow in his footsteps. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless faint sounds of breaking through the air rang out. From the huge black hell ant's body, countless drops of black liquid shot out. Each drop was the size of a longan fruit. They were round and full, and their surface was suffused with a cold light. They covered the sky and earth, and in the blink of an eye, they formed a black rain. In less than half a breath, they had traversed hundreds of miles of the void and were falling towards the location of Yixian. A large area of the void with a radius of 1,000 feet was completely covered. At this moment, a strong sense of crisis rose in Yixian's heart. He had never come into contact with a hell ant before, so he didn't know anything about this race. Even if he casually looked up the basic information of the slave races of the second universe in the data library of the Devouring system, he only knew that there was a race. This race existed. As for what this huge hell ant suddenly shot out like rain of liquid, Yixian had no idea. However, his intuition told him that he had to dodge. If he didn't, he was afraid that he would be in big trouble. However, the other party was, after all, a mighty figure of the universe. At this moment, the speed of this black liquid rain was too fast. Hundreds of thousands of drops of black liquid only covered a radius of 1,000 feet in the void. The density was too high. Even if Yixian used the void teleportation, it was too late. Just as he was about to wave his hand to summon a few defensive magic treasures to stall for a while and immediately activate the void teleportation ability, the 3 Weeping Soul battle towers behind him suddenly trembled violently at this moment. At the same time, there were countless Weeping Soul beast screams, which resounded in the Weeping Soul battle towers. It was chaotic, and it was extremely anxious. It seemed that it was extremely excited. Before Yixian could react to what had happened, a familiar system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered hell ant liquid. Effect: body tempering sacred item. Based on the host's current cultivation, it must be refined and mixed before use. At the same time, this item solidifies the Weeping Soul beast soul. It has a special effect on the spiritual soul. It can promote its evolution and rapidly increase its life level. Grade: secretion from the body of the hell ant of the universe. Middle level hell ant liquid. Quantity: 355,748 drops. Do you want to collect it immediately? Nanny? There's such a good thing? No wonder the weeping soul beast palpitated like this. This thing was equivalent to the effect of the primary life crystal on the evil slime. It could actually rapidly increase its life level and solidify its spiritual soul. Chapter 3652. Since it was a good item, Yixian naturally wouldn't let it go. Although he only had a superficial understanding of the hellish ant liquid, with the brief explanation of the devouring system's notification, he more or less understood what it was. Generally speaking, heavenly treasures that were beneficial for body refinement were usually overbearing and powerful. This hellish ant liquid was probably the same. Since Yixian needed to be refined and mixed before he could use it with his current cultivation, it meant that it had a very strong corrosive effect. Once it came into contact with the body, it would definitely cause unimaginable damage. This should be the goal of the other party. And now, in a situation where he couldn't avoid it, the only thing Yixian could do was defend. But unless he used a primordial treasure like the Shinnon Cauldron, normal defensive armors wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even Yixian's indestructible glass armor was extremely dangerous. After all, it was only a quasi-starry sky treasure. And this black rain, formed by hundreds of thousands of drops of hellish ant liquid, was not only shot by the almighty Qian Kuan, but also had a very strong corrosive effect on its own. According to Yixian's estimation, it would require at least an ancient treasure to withstand the combination of the powerful penetrating force and the corrosive effect. Even if the quasi-starry sky treasure indestructible glass armor could withstand it, the probability of it being destroyed on the spot was more than 80%. However, Yixian clearly had another choice. That was to neither dodge nor defend. He would just swallow it. Of course, he wouldn't swallow it himself. He would let the weeping soul beast do it. The system's notification had made it very clear. With Yixian's cultivation, although he couldn't directly swallow the mid-grade hellish ant liquid secreted by the Qiankuan hell ant, the weeping soul beast had no problem at all. The mutual promotion and suppression of all things in the world was originally very mysterious. Xiao, just as the black rain of ant liquid was about to envelop his head and fall rapidly, it was less than 100 meters away from Yixian. Just as it was about to completely envelop him in the next moment, Yixian suddenly waved his hand and directly sent 10 bees through the miniature teleportation formation of the Weeping Soul Warlord behind him. All the Weeping Soul beasts in the nest were transferred to his surroundings. Screech, screech, ruthless, an earth-shattering and excited howl instantly sounded out. In this instant, Yixian's surroundings burst out in a chaotic manner. One by one, the Weeping Soul beast, which was in a spiritual state and had an appearance similar to a monkey beast, only had a single horn on its head, and as soon as it appeared, unhesitatingly charged towards the top of its head. The ant liquid rain was shooting towards them. Within each beehive node, there were close to 40,000 Weeping Soul beasts. With 1,000 beehive nodes, there were close to 40 million Weeping Soul beasts. These were all the Weeping Soul beasts that Yixian had. He couldn't take out even one more. At this moment, all of the Weeping Soul beasts in the 10 beehive nodes had been instantly teleported over by him. Nearly 400,000 of them charged towards the sky above Yixian in the blink of an eye. The notification from the devouring system had clearly stated that the ant liquid rain that was raining down from above was formed by a total of 350,000 drops of hellish ant liquid. In this way, nearly 400,000 Weeping Soul beasts wouldn't be able to get a single drop. At least 30 to 40,000 of them would miss. In other words, Yixian's crisis was instantly resolved. In fact, it was impossible for Yixian to give all of the hellish ant liquid to these Weeping Soul beasts. Didn't the devouring system say that this kind of thing was also beneficial to him? It was just that it needed to be condensed and mixed before it could be used. Who knew if that 1,000 feet tall Qiankuan hell ant still had any left in its body? He had seen with his own eyes the scene of Yi Xian instantly killing a Qianquan supreme expert. Under such circumstances, since he had unwillingly decided to try one last time, how could the other party not use all of its strength in this wave of ant liquid rain? In all likelihood, it had already used up all of the stocks secreted by its body. And this kind of thing, even in the body of a Qianquan supreme expert level hell ant, who knew how many years it had been stored, there would only be about 300,000 drops. It could be seen that its formation was not very easy. Of course, to the hell ant, this kind of hell ant liquid was only a means of attack. It was just a special item exchanged with other races. Since it was not easy to form secretion, it would be useless even if Yi Xian captured this Qianquan hell ant alive. If it did not have any left in its body, wouldn't he just go straight to the hell ant's ancestral nest to get more? It was precisely with this in mind that Yi Xian began to collect the 400,000 weeping soul beasts in the 10 beehive nodes after waving his hand. Originally, the 300,000 drops of hell ant liquid formed a large amount of ant liquid rain that covered a radius of 100 meters. This kind of thing could not be touched and had to be carefully collected. Once there was a large amount, and the speed at which it shot over was also very fast, Yi Xian did not dare to rashly try. But it was different now. In the blink of an eye, half of the 400,000 weeping soul beasts that had rushed out immediately grabbed a drop of hell ant liquid that had yet to fall and opened their mouths to swallow it. The originally densely packed hell ant liquid rain in the sky instantly thinned out. Even with Yi Xian's void realm cultivation, it was not difficult for him to collect it. In the blink of an eye, a large canopy of spiritual power surged out from his body and directly enveloped the tens of thousands of drops of hell ant liquid above his head. Then, with a thought, he collected all of them into the Shun Gnome cauldron in his undying world. In total, there was only a little more than 50,000 drops. Just as all of this was completed, Yi Xian once again heard the incomparably anxious howls of the weeping soul beasts. Looking up, high up in the sky, the figures of the weeping soul beasts were all flying around. However, there was not a single drop of the long-incised black hell ant liquid to be seen. Of the 350,000 drops of hell ant liquid, only 50,000 had been collected by Yi Xian. How could the remaining 300,000 drops be enough for 400,000 weeping soul beasts? The anxious and ruthless howls that entered his ears were precisely the sounds emitted by the almost 100,000 weeping soul beasts that were a step too slow and weren't able to seize a drop of hellish ant elixir to swallow. Obviously, they revealed dense resentment and extreme unwillingness. Very quickly, the 300,000 weeping soul beasts that were lucky enough to swallow a drop of hell ant liquid all landed contentedly and floated around Yi Xian. They sat cross-legged and closed their eyes slightly, as if they wanted to refine the hell ant liquid on the spot. Yi Xian waved his hand and sent them back to the weeping soul battle army. However, there were still 70 to 80,000 weeping soul beasts that were restless above his head. They were howling madly, as if they would not leave until they were given a drop today. Chapter 36:53. Hearing Yi Xian's words and looking at his face that was obviously stiff because of embarrassment, the mighty figure of the Hell Ant clan was so angry that he vomited blood on the spot. Not enough to share? Let's have another wave, shall we? This was simply a slap in the face. The all-out attack of the mighty figure of the universe at all costs was actually a veritable gift in the eyes of others. Moreover, it seemed that the other party was not full yet and felt that it was not enough. The mighty ant god had a feeling that his entire body and mind were completely destroyed from the inside out in an instant. This kid was too monstrous. As expected of one of the 6 great monstrous geniuses who could be on par with Prince Xian, Invincible War God, Linghu Young Master, Netherworld Young Master, Feng Baofeng, and the others. Previously, his method of instantly killing a mighty figure of the Space Rat clan was already extremely strange. Until now, no one knew how he did it. Now, it was even more abnormal. He actually used the Hell Ant liquid secreted by the Hell Ant clan as dog food to feed his pets. One had to know that although this kind of hell ant liquid could be considered a rare medicinal resource, every year the Hell Ant clan had to provide a large amount of hell ant liquid to the Tianji clan. The clan would also collect some every year and privately trade with other clans, especially the experts of the Third Universe's human clan. They would exchange the black market for other cultivation resources that they needed. However, even the body refiners of the Tianji race and the human race had to refine the hellish ant elixir before they could use it. God knows where this guy in front of him got a group of monkeys with horns on their heads. They were so terrifying that they could directly throw the hell ant liquid into their mouths and swallow it, as if it was jelly beans. The tens of thousands of single-horn monkeys that didn't get a share were about to make a scene. What was even more infuriating was that this demon's royal brother, Immortal Ballad, was simply a rascal. He was too shameless. Was the hell ant liquid really a cabbage on the street that could be easily obtained? Even he, the hellish ant clan's universe expert, had only accumulated over 300,000 drops in his body over the years. In order to ensure that the attack just now was successful, he had already used up all the hellish ant liquid that was secreted and accumulated in his body. Now, he was about to condense a drop. It would take at least one day. He actually dared to open his mouth and ask for another wave of ant liquid rain. Even if he were to squeeze him dry, it would be impossible for him to do so. This is too much, too shameless. You're not just a monster, you're a perverted bastard. At this moment, the mighty ant god had already removed his bloodline true body state and returned to being a black ant that was around 3 meters tall. After roaring at Xianxia in anger, he didn't hesitate any longer and didn't have any intention of staying. His figure flashed, and he was already far away. This fellow was too monstrous. Not only was the supreme expert of the Space Mouse clan, who was known as an assassin of kings, he was instantly killed in less than half a breath of time after successfully getting close to him. He had used all his strength and disregarded all costs to launch a long-range attack. But in the end, it had actually been reduced to delivering food to him. Since he couldn't kill them at close range and couldn't attack them from afar, was there any need for him to stay here? He didn't even dare to return to the flagship fortress of the Hell Ant clan's huge fleet. His figure directly passed by and headed for the depths of the first universe behind the million-strong fleet. In any case, he had to leave this place first. Otherwise, if the other party really activated the 3 starry skies in a fit of anger, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. As for the Hell Ant clan's fleet, the mighty ant god had already issued an order through the unique biological frequency of the Hell Ant clan when he left, allowing his adjutant to take command. He didn't say anything else, but as long as there was a chance, they were to immediately evacuate. All of this happened too quickly. After the old man roared at Xianxia, he turned around and left. Whether it was Xianxia or the high-ranking commanders of the fleets of the Second Universe's million-strong fleet, none of them had expected him to be so decisive. After all, he was a supreme expert of the universe, and he was determined to escape as soon as possible. Leaving, he actually disappeared in the blink of an eye and quickly left. By the time Xianxia reacted, the old man's back was already nowhere to be seen. He had already used the void teleportation, and no one knew how far he had escaped to the universe's void. A supreme expert of the universe, and also a supreme expert of the Hell Ant clan, one of the top 3 slave clans in the first universe, actually fled in fear in the face of a mere 12th realm void realm imperial powerhouse of the Demon Dweller clan. This was really too unbelievable. In a million-strong fleet of the slave clans, there was a huge uproar in an instant, resounding through the void. What the hell happened? What happened to the promised assassination? How could it end like this? The 2 supreme experts of the Space Rat clan and the Hell Ant clan joined forces to assassinate a demon ant of the 12th realm void realm, first level void realm, and in the end, one died and the other fled. Is this a joke? Something seems to be wrong. The Demon Dweller royal brother, Mo is not as simple as we thought. In addition to the 3 starry skies, his own means and strength are obviously not ordinary. Not only does he raise a group of blood-red fierce apes with long horns on their heads, he can even eat the hell ant liquid like candy. The battle is even more extraordinary. That's right. Even the supreme expert of the Space Rat clan couldn't assassinate him. He had successfully approached him, but in the end he was still strangely killed in an instant. How can this be broken? No wonder he is so rampant. He is too confident. What should we do? In such a short period of time, one of the two supreme beings of the universe had fallen and the other had fled. They didn't even understand how all of this had happened. Everything was strange and inconceivable. Although the entire huge fleet of slave clans, as well as millions of battleships and many supreme experts of the universe, in the void hundreds of miles away, although the demon dweller royal brother, Mo, Jean Feng, was only one person, there were three behind him. Even the old monster of the Star-Lord could be killed in an instant, and tens of millions of Starry Sky powerhouses could be killed in an instant. And the great battle of the Starry Skies. However, the opponent's means were strange. Even the joint assassination of the two supreme experts of the Space Rat clan and the Hell Ant clan failed. And in the end, they were defeated and fled. Such an unbearable situation made the countless experts of the First Universe's slave clans and the entire million-strong army feel a strong sense of powerlessness from the bottom of their hearts. Even the fleet commanders of the various clans, the supreme experts of the universe, at this moment, besides feeling sullen, there was only endless unwillingness and helplessness in their hearts. The guy in front of them was too monstrous, and he couldn't be judged by common sense at all. In the case of the other party having three Starry Skies as a deterrent, even if they were supreme experts of the universe, they were powerless now. Facing this situation, at this moment, they were like sitting on a carpet of needles. It was just increasing the humiliation. Chapter 3654. Take half, leave half. Wouldn't the army of 1,000,000 battleships only be able to take away about 500,000? This was simply a robbery. As a result, the demon race would gain another 500,000 battleships, fortresses, and their combat strength would soar by a large margin. However, the entire million-man alliance army was, after all, a joint effort of the fleets of the First Universe's servant races. If the number of 500,000 battleships was divided among the various races, it was not completely unacceptable. At least it was better than being completely wiped out, right? Although the three Starry Sky battles were launched at the same time, it was impossible for this army of 1,000,000 battleships to be completely destroyed. At most, 70 to 80% of the battleships would be destroyed, and the experts on the battleships would die. It was even very likely that the other side was just bluffing. The three Starry Skies that were lying across the void at this moment, silently watching the battle like a tiger watching its prey, might not be able to be activated at all in a short period of time. This was also possible. However, no one dared to gamble on luck in this kind of life and death matter. If the gamble was wrong, the consequences would be unbearable. On the contrary, if they accepted the shameless request of the other party, they would at most throw away half of the battleships. At least the personnel would be unharmed, and all the servant races would be the same. After returning to their respective races, they could barely explain it. After thinking it through, most of the races were basically tempted. Even the Space Rat and the Hell Ant, which were ranked in the top 3 among the servant races, had fled from the two supreme commanders of the subjugation fleet. Their actions were far inferior to the Space Rat and the Hell Ant. Even if today's matter was spread out, it would not be shameful for the servant race. Soon, some of the smaller clans began to take action. In the various battleships, fortresses, a large number of servant race experts began to rush out and rush to the other battleships of their race. Since they had already accepted their fate, there was no need for them to do anything in this matter. The races that decided to admit defeat were very honest. If they had brought 10,000 battleships, then the target they had now was about 5,000 battleships. There were all kinds of battleships, fortresses, and no one would do anything funny. Hands and feet so as not to let people talk. If that shameless Mo, Jean Feng, suddenly changed his mind or found an excuse to ask for more, then it would be too late for regrets. At first, Only the fleets of a few races moved, but soon the fleets of the other races could no longer sit still. They were afraid of comparisons. Why should others bear the pain of giving up some warships and leave this place safely while they had to stay here and fight head-on? They had arrived. In the end, he would most likely die, right? This thought spread imperceptibly, and before long, the entire army of 1,000,000 was bustling with excitement as they set off their aerial warships. This scene was simply incomparably joyous. Behind Yi Xian's figure in the void, the Devil Emperor 3 stars, as well as the countless demon experts in the void, were completely dazzled. Even Grand Elder Mo, Demon Emperor Mo, Wentian, and the others, who had been paying close attention to the situation on the Devil Royal planet, were shocked. Who would have thought that Yi Xian would face an army of 1,000,000 by himself and end up like this? This was simply unreal, like a child's play. However, even if it was a child's play, it was based on the foundation of absolute strength. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Xian had 3 terrifying attacks behind him that had shocked the entire audience, if it wasn't for the fact that he had been secretly assassinated by the Void Rat and the Hell Ant, the result of him being able to kill one of them and escape the other with his weakness, then everything in front of his eyes, obviously, it was absolutely impossible to happen. Thinking of this, even Grand Elder Mo, Demon Emperor Mo Wentian, and the other higher-ups of the Devil Royal family couldn't help but be convinced. After coming back to their senses, they could only shake their heads and smile bitterly, and had no words. In the army of the various races that were busy setting up their warships, including the fleet of the Hell Ant clan. This time, the Hell Ant clan dispatched nearly 100,000 warships of various types. After all, they were the top 3 powerful clans in the second universe. As long as they could suppress the Devil race, in the first universe in the future, when the Tianji clan was weak and no longer domineering and expanding, they would only be the Hell Ant clan. The Ant clan and the Space Rat clan were the 2 dominant clans. Therefore, the Hell Ant clan couldn't be like some small clans, only sending out tens of thousands or even thousands of warships. However, this also meant that their losses this time would be extremely great. Nearly 100,000 warships of various types, half of which would be left behind, would be the loss of 50,000 warships. Even so, the deputy commander of the Hell Ant clan, who had just taken over the command of the fleet from the mighty Ant God, gritted his teeth and admitted it. He suppressed his anger and gave the order, allowing the entire Hell Ant clan's warships to move. Half of the warships were used to pay the ransom fee. Unfortunately, he was obviously a little too optimistic. This was because the Hell Ant clan had just sold out the 50,000 warships that were used as ransom money when Yi Xian, who was standing in the void hundreds of miles away, spoke again. His light words almost made the commander of the Hell Ant clan's fleet, who had just taken over, spurt blood on the spot. The Hell Ant clan, just stop wasting your time. Your situation is special. Half of the warships aren't enough. Who told you to have the Hell Ant liquid? Leave all the Hell Ant liquid behind and line up one by one. Whoever dares to hide even a drop will be suppressed on the spot. Upon hearing these words, nearly 10 million experts of the Hell Ant clan's 100,000 warships were all dumbfounded. They stood in the void in a daze, and the wind was chaotic. On the other hand, the experts of the other slave clans' fleets were tossing and turning even more merrily. The scene was so fiery that it was out of control. This was because they all saw the signs. Not only was Mo Jinfeng, the imperial brother of the Demon King clan, comparable to young Master Linghu, young Master Netherworld, and the others in terms of talent, but he was also shameless. He seemed to be even more shameless. The Hell Ant clan had finally brought out 50,000 warships of various types with great difficulty, but he made nearly 10 million experts of the Hell Ant clan turn cold and completely dumbfounded. This was clearly intentional. If you wanted to say something, you should have said it earlier. You were too good at picking the right time. This was clearly intentional. This kind of shameless existence, before he changed his mind, it was best to immediately hand in the task and leave. Otherwise, the longer it dragged on, the more bad it would be. With this thought in mind, except for the Hell Ant clan, The nearly 900,000 warships of the other clans finally left 450,000 warships of various types, fortresses, and strongholds. The rest finally received Yi Xian's permission. Seeing him nod his head, they all left as if they were fleeing, as if they were avoiding ghosts. After a short while, out of the 550,000 battleships, only 50,000 battleships still had experts left. Those were the 10 million experts of the Hell Ant race. Although they all wanted to leave, the great demon king of chaos of the demon race did not nod his head, even though he was the vice commander of the fleet. Chapter 3655. The hellish ant fluid was a biological fluid that was naturally secreted by the hellish ants. Its effects were self-explanatory. It could be used as a medicine and was one of the hellish ants' killing methods. Every hellish ant could secrete the hellish ant fluid. Of course, there was a difference in quality or in terms of the strength and weakness of the power. The hellish ant fluid secreted by the mighty ant was only of the mid-level quality. It was not hard to imagine how precious the advanced hellish ant fluid was. It could only be secreted by hellish ants that were at least Star-Lords. As for the hellish ant fluid, it was considered a treasure by the hellish ants. As for the regular hellish ants, even if they were in the cosmic state, the 14th level, the hellish ant fluid they secreted was of the elementary quality. The hellish ant fluid secreted by the hellish ants below the cosmic state was of the elementary quality, but each drop of hellish ant fluid took a long time to condense. The higher the level of the hellish ant fluid, the faster the hellish ant fluid would be formed. The cosmic state experts, like the cosmic state experts, could produce 1 drop of hellish ant fluid a year. The hellish ants in the black hole state would usually take years to do so, but basically there would be hellish ant liquid in every hell ant's body. Even if they needed cultivation resources, they would take it out and exchange it for what they needed in the black market. There would still be some left. After all, this was a killing method that was unique to their race. Naturally, they would keep some. Moreover, this hellish ant army before his eyes consisted of close to 10 million hellish ant clan experts. When the hellish ant liquid within the bodies of all the hellish ants was added together, it was absolutely an astronomical figure. Yi Xian couldn't really check if there was any hellish ant fluid left in their bodies. He simply took action at random at the beginning. Once he found that someone was hiding some hellish ant fluid, he would immediately kill them on the spot. After all, they were all aliens, so he didn't have to do anything. There was no pressure at all. All the hellish ants behaved after a few times. Yi Xian checked every now and then, but he didn't find anything wrong. In the end, the 10 million hellish ants left hundreds of millions of drops of hellish ant fluid and left on the 50,000 warships. This time, Yi Xian's harvest was great. He had obtained an astonishing amount of hell ant elixir, but they were all elementary grade hell ant elixir. He didn't plan to use it himself and was prepared to leave it all for the Weeping Soul Beast. There were only about 40 million Weeping Soul Beasts in the Weeping Soul Battle Scroll. The hellish ant elixir obtained this time was enough for each Weeping Soul Beast to get close to 10 drops. Even if it was only of the primary grade, according to Yi Xian's estimation, with enough of it, it should be able to raise the life level of the entire Weeping Soul Beast population. This was a complete leap forward. This king really admires you. You are indeed the true colors of the Demon King. Wherever you go, you're always so stunning. As the allied fleet of the First Universe's slave races left, Demon Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong appeared. Behind him was a huge fleet carrying demon elites. They were here to receive the battleships. As there were no outsiders around, Mo Qigong spoke more casually. As he spoke, he rolled his eyes. This time, even he was impressed. Who would have thought that Yi Xian could rob an allied fleet of 1 million battleships all by himself? However, thinking about it, this wasn't the first time he had done such a thing. Previously, in the Dark Turtle star field of the Second Universe, he had also robbed the fleets of almost half of the top forces of the 3 universes by himself. He had even made the Yin demon race suffer, causing them to exist in name only. Apart from him, no one else could do such a thing. A monster was a monster. His valiant life didn't need to be explained. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the large group of demon elites came to receive the battleships. Yixian and Mo Qigong didn't stay for long. They waved their hands and stored the 3 battle scrolls into their undying worlds. They immediately returned to the Demon Emperor planet. Not long after, Yixian arrived at the remote valley where the Void battle scrolls had been modified. At this time, there were already some battleships sailing in from the void outside the Demon Emperor planet's atmosphere. They were filled with the corpses of the weeping soul battle scrolls of the Second Universe's experts. There were tens of millions of them. According to Yi Xian's request, these corpses would all be piled up in an open space in the valley. However, this obviously required time. Yi Xian didn't have the time to wait. After bidding farewell to Mo Qigong, he entered the depths of the valley and waved his hand to summon the Weeping Soul Battle Scrolls. In the thousands of beehive nodes of the Battle Scrolls, the total number of Weeping Soul beasts was close to 40 million. However, only about 300,000 Weeping Soul beasts were lucky enough to be devoured by the medium-grade hellish ant liquid. It wasn't even 1%. Most of the Weeping Soul beasts were crying out anxiously. The situation was quite strange. Obviously, something abnormal must have happened in the Battle Scrolls. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. If there was no accident, it was most likely that the 300,000 Weeping Soul beasts that had devoured the medium-grade hellish ant liquid had improved their life level after refining it. Yi Xian suddenly became excited. His mental energy extended and entered the Weeping Soul battle cry. Very quickly, he discovered an abnormal scene. Just as he had guessed, there was indeed a change in the 300,000 lucky Weeping Soul beasts. Originally, all the Weeping Soul beasts were in the energy form of the spiritual body. Their whole body was light red, and they had a curved horn on their head. In addition, the shape of the entire spiritual body was similar to that of a monkey beast. But now, most of the Weeping Soul beasts were still the same. Only the 300,000 Weeping Soul beasts had changed. Although the shape of their bodies was still the same, they looked like a monkey beast with a curved horn on their head. However, their originally light red spiritual bodies had all turned light green. They were clearly no longer in the energy form of spiritual bodies. Instead, they were like real monkey beasts with real flesh and blood. In terms of cultivation level, the 300,000 Weeping Soul beasts had physical bodies. No, perhaps they should be called Weeping Soul Green Apes now. These Weeping Soul Green Apes had the cultivation level of a black hole realm, which was a huge improvement. It should be noted that when Yi Xian captured these Weeping Soul beasts from the Black Mosquito tribe's underground Weeping Soul Cave on planet Black Mountain, Yi Xian's cultivation level was very low. Even so, he still captured tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts. From this, one could see how strong these Weeping Soul beasts were. Now, the 300,000 Weeping Soul Green Apes had the cultivation level of a black hole realm after their life level improved. Even Yi Xian was surprised. It was clear that the hellish ant liquid's effect on the Weeping Soul Beast life level improvement was very obvious. Chapter 3656. Tens of millions of Weeping Soul Beasts, hundreds of millions of drops of hellish ant elixir. This time, Yi Xian decided to use it all up. In any case, if he needed it in the future and didn't have it on hand, he could just make a trip to the hellish ant race's ancestral home. The Yin Demon race had been wiped out by Yi Xian. Just extorting some hellish ant elixir from the hellish ant race was a piece of cake for him. All of the hellish ant elixir had been stored in the Shinnong cauldron by Yi Xian. At this moment, he took it all out and sprinkled it on the thousands of beehive nodes of the Weeping Soul War Kara. Screech, screech, screech. Within the beehive nodes of the War Karas, ear-piercing screeches were instantly heard. They were filled with endless excitement and joy. The tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts had all gone crazy. If the hundreds of millions of drops of hellish ant elixir were divided according to the number of Weeping Soul Beast heads, each Weeping Soul Beast would get 8 or 9 drops. However, Yi Xian had thrown it all in, so the distribution would definitely be uneven. Some Weeping Soul Beasts might get more, while others would get less. But at least one thing could be guaranteed. Even the most unlucky and weak Weeping Soul Beast wouldn't dare to say that it got too much, but it would definitely get 2 or 3 drops. That was enough. The reason Yixian did this was to create a form of competition among the Weeping Soul Beasts. The stronger Weeping Soul Beasts would be able to get more hellish and elixir. This way, they might be able to create 1 or 2 Cosmic Realm Weeping Soul Beasts like the Time War Kara. Even if they were only Cosmic Realm or Genesis Realm, it was still possible. With 1 or 2 Weeping Soul Beasts that far surpassed other beasts of the same species, it would be more convenient for Yixian to control the Weeping Soul battle armor in the future. He wouldn't have to do everything himself every time and would have to rely on himself to achieve it through the Weeping Soul Blood Crystal. One had to know that there were 2 8-star King Ladles in the Void War Kara and a Cosmic Realm Purple Gold Slime in the Time War Kara. The management of those 2 War Karas was already half done. Only this Weeping Soul War Kara didn't have a powerful king. For Yixian, it was not very convenient. After a few 100 million drops of infernal ant liquid were thrown into the Weeping Soul War Talisman, Yixian immediately kept it in his undying world. This time, the tens of millions of Weeping Soul Beasts in the War Drum had obtained a total of several 100 million drops of ant liquid. The more they obtained, the more likely they obtained dozens or hundreds of drops, while the less likely they obtained at least a few drops. After devouring and refining the ant liquid, they would use it to increase their life force. This would definitely take time. Yixian wasn't in a hurry. He decided to use this time to test the effects of the hellish ant elixir. After all, he was itching to test the strength of those fellows who obtained a drop of the intermediate hellish ant elixir. Even though this thing was particularly effective on the Weeping Soul Beast, which was an energy form of spirit body, it would most likely be quite effective on humans and other flesh and blood life forms. Otherwise, the secretion of the hellish ant elixir in the first universe wouldn't be so popular in the 3 universes. It could only be obtained in some very famous black markets. Since it was for his own use, Yixian naturally wouldn't use the beginner hellish ant elixir. In fact, he didn't have any left. Just now, he had thrown out all the hundreds of millions of drops. He didn't leave a single drop behind. However, in the Shun known cauldron in his undying world, there were still more than 50,000 drops of intermediate hellish ant elixir. They were secreted and condensed by the hellish ants of the universe realm. It was just that this thing couldn't be swallowed directly. Otherwise, it would probably corrode the stomach and intestines. Even Starry Sky experts wouldn't be able to withstand it. When the Starry Sky experts of the 3 universes used the hellish ant elixir, they basically added it as a special medicinal ingredient. After that, they would refine it into elixirs or gene cultivation fluid. Swallowing it this way would greatly increase the efficacy of the elixir and gene cultivation fluid. Other than that, there were also some body-tempering cultivators who had special methods to neutralize the adverse effects of the hellish ant elixir. Finally, they would swallow it directly. This way, the effects would be better, but the risks would be greater. Yixian would take care of both methods. Now, he had already refined the level 13 elixir for the 13th realm, the Genesis realm. Although the level 13 Crimson elixir was successfully concocted, Yixian couldn't confirm whether the reason why he was able to successfully concoct the level 13 elixir the previous time was because of the small pinch of 9-colored meat paste. The probability of a coincidence was very small. It was more likely that the success of the previous concoction was due to the small pinch of 9-colored meat paste. If that was really the case, then to Yixian, this was great news. This way, when he was concocting the level 14 elixir, level 15 elixir, and other higher-level gene fluids in the future, he could add a small pinch of 9-colored meat paste to try again when he encountered a bottleneck. And now, there was another special substance that would definitely greatly increase the efficacy of the gene fluids. After adding it, the success rate would definitely increase as well. That was the hellish ant elixir. Later, when concocting the level 14 and level 15 elixir for the cosmic realm, Yixian could add both the 9-color meat paste and a certain amount of hellish ant elixir at the same time. If so, he was very confident that he would be able to concoct the 2 types of gene fluids in a short time. By then, he would be able to ensure that he would advance to the 15th realm and become a universe realm expert. As for the Star-Lord state, the 16th realm after the universe realm, Xian wasn't sure if he could reach it by swallowing the gene fluids. That was because the main purpose of the gene fluids was to tap the potential of the body and break the shackles of the human body, so as to improve the physical strength of the Star-Lord state experts. However, apart from the physical strength of the Star-Lord state experts, they also had to understand the laws of the universe. According to Xian's estimation, the normal concoction of gene fluids would probably be ineffective if he wanted to reach the Star-Lord state that way. It was very likely that he would have to rely on the Shinnon Cauldron to refine the real medicine with the orange flames of the Shinnon Cauldron or even higher levels. That would be the case, not the gene fluids. However, that was a matter for the future. Xian could prepare all kinds of materials and even use them to refine the Shinnon Cauldron's flames of a higher level. For the moment, however, his top priority was to use the orange flames of the Shinnon Cauldron to refine the side effects of the hellish ant elixir. Then, he would try to temper his body with that special resource. Chapter 36:57. After putting away the Weeping Soul Battle Talisman, Xian immediately took out the Farmer God Cauldron. If this cauldron was kept in his undying world, Xian would not be able to enter with his body. He would either have to enter with his avatar or only his consciousness. Although he used the orange flames of the Central Domain volcano in the cauldron to condense the hell ant liquid, Xian decided to go in and take a look after considering that the purplish warbler Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru were still inside. Once the Farmer God Cauldron was taken out, it would take the form of a terrifying cauldron as large as a star. Even the powerful beings of the universe, and even the old monsters of the Star Lords would not be able to move it away or take it away. However, Xian had already completely refined it, so it could be as big or as small as he wanted. At this time, the Farmer God Cauldron was taken out and fell on the ground deep in the valley. It was about the size of a 10,000-meter-long castle. The mouth of the cauldron was filled with 9-colored fog. At a glance, it was as if an alchemy master was refining medicine here. Xian's figure turned into a ray of light and immediately plunged into the mouth of the cauldron full of fog. His other purpose of entering this time was to ask the purplish warbler Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru if they had returned to the third universe. This was the Demon Emperor planet, not too far away from the natural wormhole that led to the third universe. Xian could take the time to go there and send them to the third universe. He could send them there. Then, he would let them pass through the wormhole and return to the third universe. He felt that it was not a problem to always carry the 3 girls around in his body. Furthermore, none of the 3 girls were easy to deal with. It was really worrying. In fact, his premonition was right. The 3 girls had been causing a lot of trouble in the Farmer God Cauldron recently. When Xian entered the Farmer God Cauldron, he was almost stunned by what he saw. The other areas in the space inside the cauldron were fine. As usual, all kinds of strange fruits and spirit herbs in the dense forest seemed to have been looted. Some of the spirit fruits that were about to ripen were obviously much less. On some branches, only a few green fruits were hanging alone, but fortunately, there were no more. He was rejected. However, it was completely different in the Central District volcanic area. It was as if it had been attacked by bandits. On the slopes around the huge circular mountain pass, there were all kinds of bones that had been thrown away. Each of them looked as if they had been licked by dogs. They were so clean that not a single piece of meat could be seen. These bones were of varying sizes. Most of them were dense white bones, but occasionally there would be a few golden bones mixed in. These were clearly the precious bones that Xian had thrown away after roasting the corpses of the primordial creatures that he had obtained from the core of the source of all evil. Xian even saw a giant leg bone that was about 100 meters long. It was completely golden in color, and it was slanted on the northern slope of the Central Region volcano. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that this 100-meter-long golden bone looked familiar. He suspected that it was the sole leg of that realm lord-level golden crow. Last time, Xian had only roasted its head. The rest of its body, along with the remains of all the primordial creatures that he had taken out from the core of the source of all evil. as well as the huge bloodline true bodies that he had obtained from killing the prodigies of the Second Universe. They were all hidden together in a sealed cave at the bottom of the volcano. But right now, looking at the bones on the slopes around the volcano in the central region, Xian had properly stored them. He planned to occasionally have a meal in the future, or take some of the gene liquids to refine the great medicines of heaven and earth. At least 20% of them had been destroyed. Could have been a thief, but that wasn't right. The farmer god cauldron was in Xian's body, and it had been refined by him. Other than him, no one could open the sealed cave at the bottom of the volcano. After all, this cauldron was a primordial treasure. It could be used to refine medicines and also as a storage treasure. All the ingredients stored in the cauldron could be perfectly preserved without exception. They wouldn't rot for tens of thousands of years, and they would be fresh when taken out at any time. Therefore, Xian stored some special materials and resources in the farmer god cauldron. With a thought, he could open a sealed cave at the bottom of the central region volcano. For example, the last undying imperishable pearl, or the tens of thousands of drops of medium-grade hellish ant liquid that had just been collected. Xian stored them here, but they were stored separately, each occupying their own sealed cave. These sealed caves used to store important resources. Other than Xian, no one could open them. Even for the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, Xian, in order to make it easier for them to rest in the farmer god cauldron, he had given them partial authority. They could only enter and exit the central region volcano at will, and at the same time, control the orange flames in case of any emergency. Other than that, they could also roast some of the spirit birds and spirit beasts captured in the mountains around the volcano. However, even they were absolutely unable to open the mountain cage and the storage cave at the bottom of the volcano, especially the latter. However, the scene in front of them was real. Someone had indeed opened the storage cave, and they had even taken out some of Xian's corpses and treasures. Even the corpse of the huge one-legged golden crow had half a leg cut off. Xian's expression immediately changed. His first thought was that something had happened. The mountain cage at the bottom of the central region volcano still imprisoned nearly 20 young geniuses of the various races in the Second Universe. Some of them had just been thrown in not long ago. They were locked up alive, and the remains of the bloodline true bodies of the fallen were thrown in. They were stored in the storage cave. Could it be that Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ritian, and the others still had some hidden methods that allowed them to escape from the mountain cage? If that was the case, the 3 purplish warbler girls were in danger. Thinking of this, Xian immediately became anxious. His figure flashed, and he directly rushed from the top of the central region volcano and fell rapidly. Without waiting for his figure to land at the bottom of the volcano, a bright yellow flame appeared in Xian's line of sight. The aura was too familiar. It was the Shenong strange flame that he ignited with his heart fire. Before it was only orange, but now it seemed to have been upgraded. There was an additional bright yellow color, and it had become a dual-colored strange flame. At this moment, this palm-sized, dual-colored strange flame was located at the east side of the bottom of the central region volcano. It seemed to be still drilling underground. It had already gone a certain distance. On the ground at the bottom of the volcano, there was a large hole about 30 meters in diameter. It was this dual-colored flame that had melted into the ground. At the edge of the big hole, 3 figures were lying on the ground. They were the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. At this moment, they were obviously completely unaware that a figure was rapidly descending above their heads. They were still calling out softly with excitement. No one knew what they had seen. However, their little faces were all flushed with excitement. Little yellow feather, work harder. Just a little bit more, and you'll be able to dig through it. Damned broken rock. Every time I dig through it, it automatically heals back up in less than half a day. Wait until I finish eating and digesting it. I'll have to dig again. Chapter 3658. Bang bang. A heavy sound rang out, and the vast land at the bottom of the volcano in the central district shook slightly. Looking at the scene in front of him, Xian felt his vision go black, and he fell from the sky on the spot, smashing hard on the ground. At this moment, he understood everything. Little yellow feather, dragging out the fat leg of the golden crow, enough to eat for 2 or 3 days. Just these words alone were enough to explain the problem. After all this time, all of this was originally done by the newly advanced dual-colored flame in conjunction with the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. The rock at the bottom of the volcano in the central district was actually the body of the Shinnong cauldron. Even the Star Lord Old Monsters could not melt it or destroy it. Besides Yi Xian, the owner of the treasure cauldron, only the Shinnong flame inside the Shinnong cauldron could melt a path. However, this cauldron was an ancient treasure after all. Even if a path was melted open, and some remains of the treasure could be dragged out, the path that was melted open would quickly close up on its own. From the looks of it, it was really hard for the 3 girls and the thief Little Yellow Feather. They had to dig for a meal. It was really tiring, but they never got tired of it. Thinking of this, Yi Xian, who had just climbed up from the ground, immediately had a black face. He gritted his teeth and said, "You 3 girls, I was worried that something had happened to you and came down in a panic. I didn't expect to run into you and catch you red-handed at the scene of the crime." Hearing the noise, the 3 girls trembled and subconsciously shrank their necks. When they turned around, there was clearly a trace of embarrassment and panic on their faces. One had to know that they'd never been afraid of Yi Xian. They'd only been able to act like tyrants in front of Yi Xian, but now they were acting like this. This was the scene of a thief with a guilty conscience. However, before the 3 girls could explain a few words, incomparably terrified howls came from the cages and the mountain walls in the distance, revealing a bone-chilling and miserable feeling. "Young Master Linghu, Lord Linghu, I beg you, please be merciful and let us go. We really can't live like this anymore." "Yes, yes, yes. Lord Shah. No, no, no. Grandpa Shah. Even if you don't let go, can't you just end it quickly? You should just slap him to death. He's always suffering like this. If he's not being roasted by fire every day, his flesh will be cut off and his limbs will be amputated. When will this end?" "That's nothing. Master Linghu, you can do whatever you want to us, but can you not force us to eat our own flesh?" "Not only that, but they also said that if we didn't eat it, we wouldn't have a long-term meal ticket if we died. They directly set us on fire and forced us to eat each other's meat. This was simply too tragic. We were wrong. We shouldn't have offended you. Can you stop tormenting us like this? At most, we can just surrender. We can even swear a Tao oath to become their slaves. As long as we can get rid of these 3 demonesses, everything will be fine." "That's right. It's too terrifying. These days, I've been struggling in the infernal purgatory. I can't die even if I want to. Woo! I don't want to see a female human cultivator ever again in my life. There's nothing more terrifying than this." As these pleading words sounded, Yi Xian subconsciously turned his head and looked around. His gaze slowly swept across the 20 or so cages around him. First, he opened his mouth with a dull expression, and then his face slowly turned green. Miserable. It was really too miserable. How long had it been since he last saw them? Including Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ri Tian, Jin Haoyan, Lang Gang Lai, and the other young masters of the top 10 clans of the Second Universe. There were nearly 20 young people of the Second Universe imprisoned at the bottom of the volcano. All of them had changed so much that Yi Xian almost couldn't recognize them. Everyone's body was covered with scars. Some were even missing an arm or a leg. At first glance, it was obvious that they were new injuries. If they weren't new injuries, with their cultivation and strength, they would have healed long ago. Their broken limbs could grow back, and the scars on their bodies would disappear as their injuries healed. There was no doubt that all of this was done by the 3 girls of the purplish warbler and that unreliable little yellow hair. It was estimated that sometimes when they couldn't take out the remains of the treasure from Yi Xian's storage cave, the 3 girls would directly cut Jiao Ri Tian and the others with knives or something for the sake of their appetite. Anyway, they weren't humans. They just changed into human appearances. Their bloodline true bodies were ferocious star beasts. Naturally, they didn't feel any psychological pressure. It wasn't that Yi Xian didn't do this. Before Jiao Ri Tian and the others were imprisoned here, Xian had once roasted their beef and meat. But that was only once, after all. How could he be like these three girls, cutting people's bodies all day long? Not only did they not give them meat, nor did they heal their wounds, they even instigated little yellow hair to burn people. Could they be any more ferocious? Thinking of this, Xian shuddered, and a look of sympathy appeared on his face. No wonder these guys would rather swear a Tao oath to be slaves and servants. They would even rather be slapped to death by Xian. At least they would die cleanly and wouldn't have to suffer. They were really bullied by these three girls so miserably that they had nothing left to live for. In the end, the three girls with a guilty conscience promised that they wouldn't do anything to Jiao Ritian and the others, and these guys all swore Tao oaths one after another. From now on, they would regard Xian as their master, slaves, and servants. If they had any disloyalty, they would be struck by lightning. However, Xian didn't immediately release them from the cage. After all, they were all riddled with scars. This was miserable enough. As long as the three girls didn't torment them, they would recover after a period of time. If they were released now, they might provoke the three girls in a moment of grief and indignation, and there would be trouble again. After that, Xian moved the underground cave a bit further down and placed restrictions on it. This time, apart from him, even the Shinong heavenly flame inside the cauldron couldn't sneak in. Only then did he feel completely relieved. What made him speechless was that Xian found out that the reason the Shinong heavenly flame was able to evolve from a one-colored flame to a two-colored flame in such a short period of time was because the three girls didn't have any rest. If they weren't using it to roast this and that, they would be roasting this and that every day. This was because they used it too often, and each time they used it, it would last for a long time. Apart from this unexpected gain, the cultivation of the three girls had also increased by more than a major realm due to the large amount of treasured blood and flesh they had consumed. Now, they were all mid-stage mystic light realm experts at the 11th major realm. Chapter 3659. Wow. Intermediate hellish ant liquid. Everyone has 10 drops. This thing has always been priceless in the third universe. It is very difficult to get. Even the beginner hellish ant liquid is extremely rare. Where did you get it? Great. This thing has the best effect the first time you use it. At least you can advance from the middle stage of the mystic light realm to the late stage. Big bad guy. It seems that this giant cauldron of yours is really a good place. How long have we stayed in it? If we cultivate outside for 100 years, we may not be able to get such a harvest. I have decided to settle here for a long time in the future. Who is in a hurry? Suddenly seeing 10 drops of the legendary hellish ant liquid appear in front of them. Not only were they the extremely rare intermediate hellish ant liquids, but they had also been condensed and could be directly swallowed. The three girls cheered and jumped for joy. In the blink of an eye, they completely forgot the embarrassment just now. They even said on the spot that they wanted to settle down in the Shinong cauldron. This clearly showed that they had tasted the sweetness and didn't plan to leave. In an instant, Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ritian, and the other young geniuses of the second universe, who were in the prison of the surrounding mountain walls in the distance, were scared to death. Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He didn't have time to tangle with these three crazy girls. He put away the rest of the hellish ant liquid that had just been condensed, and then his figure flickered and left the Shinong cauldron. When he appeared again, he had already arrived at the depths of the valley on the Demon Emperor planet. After putting the Shinong cauldron into his body, Xian immediately set up a restriction in a cave on the side of the valley. He stepped in, entered the depths of the cave, and sat down cross-legged. Soon, a total of 20 drops of hellish ant liquid that had been condensed by the dual-colored flame appeared on Xian's body. They were suspended in the void one by one. The size of the drops before they were condensed had shrunk to the size of peanuts. Some of the dross and impurities, as well as some that had a bad effect on tempering the body, were removed. The substance had been completely melted away. Its quality was definitely far better than the effect of some Starry Sky Master's secret method. After all, the one-color orange-red flame of the Shinong cauldron was already quite extraordinary. Now the Shinong's strange flame had been upgraded to a dual-colored flame. Whether it was refining medicine or roasting food, its effect of removing the impurities had been greatly improved. The increase in speed. Unrefined middle-grade Hell's Ant liquid was already extremely rare. This middle-grade Hell's Ant liquid that had been refined by Shinong's dual-colored flame was even rarer. Even though Yixian had already entered the Void Realm and had a total of 20 drops of Earth rare-grade middle-grade Hell's Ant liquid, it was impossible for it to be just this. It was as simple as raising the cultivation level of one's physical body by one small level. With a thought, Yixian swallowed the 20 peanut-sized drops of precious intermediate infernal ant liquid in one gulp. They instantly melted and turned into a scorching energy that spread throughout his entire body, his internal organs, and his limbs. An intense piercing pain quickly came over him. It was far more intense than the tempering that Yixian's body had endured when he had consumed the gene cultivation fluid. He could even clearly hear the faint sound of his flesh and blood cells tearing apart. Vaguely, there seemed to be the sound of some mysterious chains rattling within his body. This was a sign that the shackles of his physical body's potential were being shaken. Very quickly, as the powerful effects of the 20 drops of rare-grade intermediate hellish ant liquid gradually became apparent, Yixian's entire body turned fiery red, and his 1.08 billion pores all gushed out with a multicolored light. A faint layer of dense mist rose from the top of his head, and it was as if he was sitting cross-legged in a cloud. It was extremely magical. His body glowed, and auspicious light shot into the sky. This seemed like a miracle. Currently, Yixian's entire body and mind were experiencing an unprecedented baptism. At first, there was still intense pain, but in the end, his consciousness entered an extremely mysterious state. He couldn't feel any pain at all. Even his physical body seemed to no longer exist. His entire body and mind seemed to have sunk into a kind of nothingness. It was as if he had ascended. After an unknown period of time, Yixian suddenly opened his eyes. Golden light shot out from his eyes and disappeared in a flash. Then, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the cultivation level of your physical body. Current realm, level 2 Void Realm. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the cultivation level of your physical body. Current realm, level 3 Void Realm. As expected, the 20 drops of middle-grade Hell's Ant liquid was just a tempering baptism from the body to the heart. It allowed him, who was already at the 12th realm, to rise by 2 small realms in one go. Currently, Yixian was already at the peak of the initial stage of the 12th realm. In the future, with another small breakthrough, he would step into the middle stage of the Void Realm. When he stood up in satisfaction, Yixian realized that there was a thin layer of scab on the surface of his body. This was a sign that the impurities in his body were being discharged. This was very common in the initial stage of body refinement, and one had to go through this process. However, Yixian was a Void Realm expert now, and it was actually still discharged. This phenomenon was very rare. This also showed the miraculous effect of the 20 drops of middle-grade Hell's Ant liquid. Unfortunately, this type of substance was usually the most effective the first time it was used. The second time it was used, the effect would be greatly reduced unless its quality was improved. With Yixian's current ability, no matter how hard he tried to refine the middle-grade Hell's Ant liquid, he would not be able to refine it to the highest quality of the middle-grade Hell's Ant liquid. Thus, he could only give up on it for now. Perhaps in the future, when his Shinong exceptional flame was improved to become a tricolor flame or even a multicolored flame, he would be able to refine the Hell's Ant liquid again and display even more extraordinary effects. However, that was a matter for the future. At least for now, Yixian would not be able to continue consuming the Hell's Ant liquid and obtain similar miraculous effects in his physical body. However, he was not in a hurry. After reaching the 12th realm, the Void Realm, it was already a pleasant surprise to be able to increase his strength by 2 small realms in one go. Xian was very satisfied and did not expect too much. After slightly adjusting his state of mind, he quickly threw this matter to the back of his mind. Then he waved his hand and took out the Weeping Soul Battle Talon in his undying world. Even his own body refinement had ended. Presumably, the Weeping Soul Beast that had only obtained some low-grade Hell's Ant liquid should have also ended their life level advancement this time. Xian could not wait to see the results. In his expectations, the tens of millions of Weeping Soul Beasts had all obtained the Hell's Ant liquid that was greatly beneficial to their life level advancement. Then, if there were no accidents, the overall strength of this entire group should be able to increase by several 100,000. If not, the overall strength of this group should be able to increase. Chapter 3660. The investment of hundreds of millions of drops of Hellish Ant liquid was definitely a huge investment, even though all the Hellish Ant liquid was only at the elementary level. In fact, even the entire Hellish Ant tribe wouldn't be able to gather hundreds of millions of drops of intermediate Hellish Ant liquid. Only the almighty Hellish Ants could secrete and condense this liquid, and there was only one drop per year. Hundreds of millions of drops was simply unimaginable. Although it was a pity to use up such a huge amount of elementary Hellish Ant liquid in one go, the effects were absolutely amazing. At the very least, Xian felt that it was worth it, and the harvest was a pleasant surprise. All the Weeping Soul Beasts in the Weeping Soul Battle Army had now achieved a great leap in life level. Previously, there were only 300,000 Weeping Soul Beasts that had evolved from energy spirits to physical bodies and reached the Black Hole Realm. However, almost 40 million Weeping Soul Beasts were no longer energy spirits. All of them had physical bodies and were completely green. They had evolved from Weeping Soul Beasts to Weeping Soul Green Apes. Although their cultivation base was uneven, with some of them having reached the Black Hole Realm while others had not, overall, the life level of this race had indeed achieved an overall great leap forward. About 1/10 of the 40 million Weeping Soul Beasts had reached the Black Hole Realm, which was about 4 million. The remaining 30 million were all at the 5th major realm, the Star Realm, and the 6th major realm, the Nebula Realm. A small number of them were at the 7th major realm, the Galaxy Realm. As for the 300,000 Weeping Soul Beasts that had achieved a great leap in life level, they could no longer be called Weeping Soul Green Apes. They were evolving into Weeping Soul Purple Apes. Spots of purple patterns appeared on their green fur, and their cultivation levels had also risen from the 8th major realm, the Black Hole Realm. They had risen to the 9th major realm, the Origin Realm. That was 300,000 Origin Weeping Soul Violet Apes we were talking about. A single one of them would not be able to cause much of a stir. However, if there were 300,000 of them and they all swarmed out, just this group of Weeping Soul Violet Apes alone would be extremely frightening. It was obvious that these 300,000 Weeping Soul Violet Apes would become small and medium-level existences in the entire Weeping Soul Beast race in the future. Xian scattered them into the thousands of beehive nodes of the Weeping Soul Battle Law, and each beehive node had around 300 of them. Besides that, amongst these 300,000 Weeping Soul Violet Apes, there were 3 that had an exceptionally outstanding degree of evolution. Their entire bodies were covered in green fur, yet now they were completely purple. Occasionally, 1 or 2 strands of mixed fur could be found, but they were all golden in color. They had already completed the evolution process of the Weeping Soul Violet Ape and were currently evolving into the Weeping Soul Golden Ape. As for the strength of his cultivation, it was the 12th realm, the Void Realm. From the surface, his strength was already comparable to that of Xian. Of course, when it came to overall combat strength, they were clearly unable to compare to Xian. They were far inferior and could only be suppressed. Moreover, Xian didn't even need to expend any effort to accomplish this. These 3 Weeping Soul Beasts that were evolving into the Weeping Soul Golden Ape could be said to be the leaders of the entire Weeping Soul Beast tribe, but they could not be considered the kings. Perhaps one day, when they completed the evolution process of the Weeping Soul Golden Ape, their life level would leap to the level of being the kings of the entire tribe. This point could basically be confirmed. In the future, the king of the entire Weeping Soul Beast tribe would definitely be born from these 3 Weeping Soul Golden Apes. However, he did not care about this problem right now. What he was most interested in now was the power of the Weeping Soul Battle Army. The tens of millions of Weeping Soul Beasts in the thousands of beehive nodes of the Battle Army had all received a large leap in life level. From the previous energy spirit form, they had evolved into the current Weeping Soul Green apes with physical bodies of flesh and blood. There were also 300,000 more Weeping Soul Violet apes at the level of the Weeping Soul Violet apes, as well as 3 Weeping Soul Golden apes at the level of the general. When all of this was put together, it was certain that the overall power of the Weeping Soul Battle Army would rise to an even more terrifying level. Before this, when the Weeping Soul Battle Army attacked with all its strength, all enemies below the 13th Great Realm of the Genesis Realm in the vast fan-shaped area in front of the enormous trumpet mouth would be instantly killed, their souls extinguished. Then now, while he did not dare to say that he could instantly kill a large number of great universe experts of the 15th Great Realm, and Xianxia did not even dare to think about the Cosmic Light Realm experts of the 14th Great Realm. But if nothing unexpected happened, the Genesis Realm experts of the 13th Great Realm would not be able to escape this calamity. This was the Genesis Realm. Even Xianxia's cultivation level had not reached this level, but the Weeping Soul Battle Army could kill a large number of them. Just the thought of it was terrifying. In addition, if he could find some time in the near future to figure out an effective method to precisely control the power of the 3 battle armies, then when the time came, he could lock onto a small area or launch a precise attack on an extremely small individual. Even if it was a great universe expert or a star master, the current Weeping Soul Battle Army might not necessarily be unable to kill them. With regard to this, Xianxia was already very much looking forward to this. He really wanted to see just how terrifying the Weeping Soul Battle Army's overall power would be after its overall power increased. Unfortunately, this matter could not be tested. On one hand, the killing power was too shocking, and he was afraid of accidentally injuring the demon experts on the Demon Emperor planet. On the other hand, Xianxia had not yet figured out how to precisely control the power of the 3 battle armies to launch an effective attack. Every time he attacked with all his strength, the consumption was too great. The tens of millions of Weeping Soul Beasts inside the Weeping Soul Battle Army had finally recovered due to the leap in life level, regaining the ability to fight at any time. Xianxia really did not dare to recklessly test its power. If it caused all of the Weeping Soul Green apes to fall into a weakened state again, then he would really be speechless. With great difficulty, Xianxia suppressed the impulse in his heart. After adjusting his mood, he waved his hand and put the Weeping Soul Battle Army into the undying world in his body. Then, his figure flashed and he arrived at the periphery of the valley. At this time, it was already 2 days later. In the vast open space outside the valley, there was a huge mountain of corpses, all of which were the corpses of the experts of the various races of the second universe. The first attack of the Weeping Soul Battle Army had destroyed their souls. Now, there were at least tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of corpses of the experts of the various races of the second universe, all piled up together. Fortunately, all of them died because of the destruction of their souls, so there were no wounds. Otherwise, the entire valley would have become a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. In fact, Xianxia also knew in his heart that although this huge mountain of corpses was thousands of feet high, if there were no accidents, in less than half a day, all the corpses would turn into withered bones. Whether the withered demon Bloodblade could be upgraded this time, from a quasi-starry sky treasure to a true starry sky treasure in one fell swoop. Once it was promoted to a true starry sky treasure, the results would be out soon. Chapter 3661. Whoosh! A sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out, and the wind and clouds swirled. The 100-meter-long, blood-black, incomparably ferocious withered demon Bloodblade ruthlessly slashed down on the giant mountain of corpses that was thousands of feet tall. Screech! Screech! A mournful screech rang out in an instant. The entire sky above the valley was instantly covered by dark clouds, as if the end of the world had arrived. It was unknown if the withered demon Bloodblade was rapidly absorbing the flesh and blood essence of the countless corpses in the huge mountain of corpses, causing a heavenly phenomenon to occur due to the great damage to the heavens. Or was it the final roar and roar of the remaining souls of the corpses that had been destroyed by the Weeping Soul War Warriors' full-strength attack, due to unwillingness and fear? At this moment, the entire valley was like hell on earth. Black winds blew, and ear-piercing howls filled the air. The daytime blue sky turned into an endless night. Even Xianxia could only vaguely see that the huge mountain of corpses that was thousands of feet tall was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. The countless corpses of the experts of the second universe that had been piled up were rapidly withering. Although these corpses had all died, their bodies were still warm. There were still some remnant souls in their bodies, and the essence of their flesh and blood had not dissipated. Now, all of this had turned into the flesh and blood of the withered demon Bloodblade. As these corpses rapidly withered, the boundless essence of chi and blood was absorbed by the withered demon Bloodblade. Although a portion of it was lost, even if only a small portion of it remained in the body of the Bloodblade, it was still a terrifying amount. Walala chi. As this huge mountain of corpses continued to shrink, the remains of the withered corpses began to crack. Under the layers of pressure, some of them even turned into powder and completely disappeared. The black clouds that shrouded the sky above the valley grew thicker and thicker. Faintly, there seemed to be faint muffled sounds of thunder resounding. Xianxia frowned. Could it be that a lightning tribulation would descend? This was very likely. Even though the current universe void of the three major planes was not like the legendary primordial era, where the will of the heavenly Tao could manifest and descend in a concrete form. Instead, there was only the starry sky law of the universe that had operated since ancient times. But after all, this matter had greatly harmed the harmony of heaven and earth. It was not completely incomprehensible for it to cause the chi of heaven and earth to sense and lock onto it, followed by the descent of lightning punishment. Just as Xianxia was feeling bewildered, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to host. The withered demon Bloodblade has leveled up. Current grade, starry sky treasure. Current quality, flawless imitation current attribute. Withered blade spirit in the process of awakening. Xianxia clenched his fists in excitement. Starry sky treasure grade. Sure enough, his battle weapon had finally leveled up. From now on, it was no longer a quasi-starry sky treasure, but a true starry sky treasure. For this artifact to reach the level of a starry sky supreme treasure, it was extremely rare. It was said that when a weapon reached this level, it would undergo a qualitative transformation, and its power would increase exponentially. However, now wasn't the time to verify it, because the warning sign in Xianxia's heart was already extremely strong. This feeling was very similar to the time when he was in the Death Star field of the third universe. He had a hunch that if he allowed all this to continue, once the withered blade spirit in the battle weapon was completely awakened, then the lightning tribulation would definitely descend. Xianxia was not afraid of the lightning tribulation. It was just some lightning tribulation. He had the Rai D seal, which was an innate treasure of the Thunder origin nurtured by heaven and earth. The Thunder origin was revered by the Emperor. With the Rai D seal protecting him, Xianxia would not be harmed even if he walked in the sea of lightning tribulation. He was worried that he would attract the attention of the primeval heaven's eye again. Now that the primeval heaven's eye was seriously injured, it was hiding in some distant unknown void, but this did not mean that it was not paying attention to the other planes of the universe. The dark furnace in the depths of the core of the origin of all evil in the first universe was proof of this. It was very likely that the heavenly Tao's I had set up this place before it left the first universe and went into hiding to heal its injuries. After all, the chains of the dark furnace that transported the all-evil origin liquid to the other end were basically all-powerful existences of the opposing camp. That was to say, although the green eye of the heavenly Tao in the untainted era was not in the first universe. In fact, it had been paying attention to this place all the time. Once there was anything abnormal that was enough to alarm it, the green eye of the heavenly Tao in the untainted era might send a projection to this place. Last time, Xianxia had relied on the headless infant corpse to sever its connection to him. This time, he definitely could not attract that fellow's attention again. Otherwise, apart from himself, the entire demon race would probably suffer together with him. He immediately made the decision to stop everything. With a wave of his hand, the withered demon bloodblade, lying across the enormous mountain of corpses, was absorbed into the undying world within Xianxia's body. With the obstruction of the undying world, the heavenly secrets of the outside world could no longer be sensed. The dense dark clouds in the sky above the valley quickly dispersed. At this point, Xianxia finally heaved a long sigh of relief. Although the blade spirit, the withered demon bloodblade, had not completely awakened, the grade of the withered demon bloodblade had been successfully upgraded. It was now a true starry sky treasure, so his efforts had not been in vain. Moreover, he had interrupted everything at the crucial moment before the withered demon bloodblade awoke. Perhaps it would become a trump card in the future. At a specific location, at a specific time, Xianxia could bring out the withered demon bloodblade again and continue everything that had been interrupted. When the withered demon bloodblade finally awakened, it would attract the attention of the primeval heaven's eye, and a terrifying lightning tribulation would descend. Of course, when that time comes, Xianxia would have to grasp the opportunity well. The moment the withered demon bloodblade awoke, he would have to quickly escape and leave the lightning tribulation to his target. When the time comes, he would definitely be able to teach the other party a lesson. After all, from the looks of the lightning tribulation that was still brewing, once it was fully formed, its power would definitely be extraordinary. This also made Xianxia realize how extraordinary the withered demon bloodblade was. The introduction of the true withered demon bloodblade was still fresh in Xianxia's ears. It was said that before the heavens and earth were separated, there was a great demon that lost its memory. The evil in its heart was no longer there, and it hid in the depths of the void, living in chaos all day long. One day, the evil completely awakened, and the great demon was born. It turned into a withered blade that emitted a pitch-black light. It killed countless living beings, and the souls of the dead were extinguished. It was the withered demon blade. Although the blade in Xianxia's hand was a high-quality imitation, and although the blade spirit was named the withered demon bloodblade, in reality, it was not the one from the primordial era. However, it more or less possessed the power of the true withered demon blade. Otherwise, it would not have attracted the lightning tribulation. Chapter 36:62. In the end, the withered demon bloodblade, which had been upgraded to a starry sky treasure and was about to awaken the withered demon blade, was put away by Xianxia in the undying world in time before the lightning tribulation descended. It blocked the senses of the outside world and resolved an extremely troublesome crisis. Only when the thick tribulation clouds in the sky of the valley dispersed did Xianxia's heart completely relax. He turned his head and found that the mountain of corpses, which was originally hundreds of feet tall, had now become like a small hill. At most, it was about 100 meters tall. There were hundreds of millions of fresh corpses of the powerhouses of various races in the second universe. Now, there were only less than 10 million corpses left. At most, there were only a few million corpses left. The rest were either pieces of withered bones or simply crushed into powder due to the weight of the dried corpse mountain peak. Because a thick layer of it fell, Xianxia's face was filled with shock. These were the fresh corpses of hundreds of millions of starry sky experts. The blood and flesh essence in their bodies were preserved to a high degree. He didn't expect that in the end, there would still be less than 10% left. He estimated that in the end, all of these millions of corpses would turn into withered bones. it would only make the withered demon blade completely recover. This reminded him, although the withered demon blade seemed to be on the verge of fully recovering, this small last step was not something that could be achieved with the blood and flesh essence and blood power of a small number of experts' corpses. If Yixian really wanted to use this as a method in the future, he would have to at least confirm that there were around 10 million corpses of experts on the scene before he made a move. Otherwise, if he was just a little bit off and couldn't completely recover the withered demon blade in the battle weapon, he would fail to trigger the lightning tribulation. He was so depressed that he was speechless. The last few million corpses of the experts of the various races in the second universe had died in an instant. Before they died, they did not activate their bloodline true bodies. Now they were all in human form. Even if they were all races similar to starry sky beasts, under the psychological effect, Yixian was not interested in roasting them. He decided to give up on the roasted food. Although it was piled up here, the demon race would naturally deal with it later. In fact, even if they did not pay attention to it, it would slowly decay. This valley was not the space inside the Shinnon cauldron, so Yixian did not pay too much attention to it. He did not stop, immediately soared, and rushed towards the demon imperial city. Go! Midway, he met Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong, who had rushed over. Seeing that Yixian had advanced from the first level of the Void Realm to the third level of the Void Realm in just 2 short days, he was immediately dumbstruck. In the end, he seemed to recall Yixian's past evildoers. He rolled his eyes and muttered, "I knew it was you who caused trouble." The entire northern region valley and a large area nearby are covered with tribulation clouds. It seems that the movement is not small. Everyone in the Demon Imperial City is panicking, thinking that something is going to happen. Such a great calamity has appeared. This kind of thunder tribulation is very rare in this world. You brat, you really know how to cause trouble. In this regard, Yixian shrugged his shoulders and did not explain further. With Mo Qigong's knowledge, even if he did not say anything, he could basically guess most of it. He definitely did not do anything good. Most likely, it was some evil deed that harmed the harmony of the heavens, which led to such a strange phenomenon. And what about the corpses of the experts of the various races in the second universe? Brat, you better take it easy. Although this old man does not know what you are doing, since you almost attracted the thunder tribulation, it means that this method harms the harmony of the heavens. If it accumulates, the karma will be too deep. Don't be too eager for quick success. It was obvious that Mo Qigong had linked Yixian's cultivation to the hundreds of millions of corpses of experts from the various races of the second universe in just 2 days. He probably thought that Yixian was cultivating some kind of evil technique. However, Yixian did not intend to explain. Similarly, Mo Qigong did not intend to dwell on this matter. A smart person would be able to understand in one sentence. Otherwise, it would be useless to say more. He believed that Yixian was a smart person and should know his limits. Therefore, after casually mentioning this, Mo Qigong suddenly changed the topic. His expression became serious as he brought up the matter at hand. The reason this old man rushed over is mainly because of another matter. Tianji City disappeared. What? At first, Yixian did not understand. He thought that he had misheard. Tianji City was such a huge city. Other than the core of Tianji City, there was also a very wide defensive circle in the void and an even wider outer industrial circle. How could it disappear just like that? These words were too unreliable. Basically, no one would believe them after hearing them. Don't look at me like that. I don't want to believe it either, because this isn't good news. Seeing Yixian blankly staring at him, Mo Qigong sighed and helplessly continued. The heavenly legacy race isn't that kind of cowardly race. On the contrary, they were able to dominate the first universe precisely because of their ambition, belligerence, and desire to conquer. Not to mention the current first universe. Although the situation in the universe has changed, the overall strength of the Tianji race has not been affected. The situation has not reached the point where they can move the entire race, far from it. But this is the truth. This matter has been confirmed by more than one race. Some of the slave races around Tianji Star region have also discovered this situation. In just a few days, the entire Tianji Star region has been emptied of people. Not to mention the core of Tianji City and the inner defensive circle. Even the outer industrial circle has not seen a single warship. There is not a single warship in sight. The industrial planets seem to have been plowed through. All the industrial facilities have been dismantled and taken away. They have countless intelligent robots and a large amount of starry sky machinery. It is not difficult for them to do this in just a few days. This news has just been revealed. The entire first universe is in an uproar. Now, all the major slave races are in danger. This is because everyone knows that this is definitely not because the Tianji race is weak, but because they are brewing some kind of even more worrisome method and conspiracy. Perhaps it will not be long, or perhaps it will take a little longer, but there is one thing that is without a doubt. No matter when the disappeared Tianji city reappears, they will basically unify the first universe again. They will even extend their reach to a wider area and a longer distance. Based on DE's usual style, any major action of the Tianji race will definitely have a deep meaning and strategic significance. They will not make a move, but once they do, they will rarely fail. Chapter 3663. Mo Qigong's words caused Yi Xian to fall into deep thought, his heart heavy. He felt a strong sense of danger. Just as Mo Qigong had said, with Yi Xian's understanding of the Tianji clan, the disappearance of the entire Tianji city was definitely not a good thing for the slave races of the first universe, or even the entire three universes. Everything seemed to be calm, but this was the illusion before the storm. Once the Tianji clan reappeared, the three universes would most likely be plunged into a reign of terror. The curtains of the real crisis were gradually opening. It had to be said that the Tianji clan's move was beyond everyone's expectations. It was too cunning, too ruthless, and too vicious. Tianji City was so huge. Even if they had countless AI robots and a large amount of space-grade machinery, it was impossible for the entire clan to completely migrate in just a few days. It was impossible for them not to encounter other space-grade fleets during the migration, even if it was just one fleet, a commercial fleet. But until now, when the news of Tianji City's disappearance spread, no one had heard of any fleet of any power that had encountered any abnormalities while traveling through space. This could only mean one thing. All the fleets they had unfortunately encountered during the migration had been mercilessly annihilated. Such a ruthless method was enough to show that they were planning something big this time. Of course, not long after, based on the star field distribution of all the fleets that had gone missing in the first universe, it was possible to roughly deduce the direction of the Tianji clan's migration. However, Yi Xian could think of this. It was impossible for the other party to not be on guard. If nothing unexpected happened, they should have sent some fleets to the distant regions outside of the Migration Star Road to hunt and annihilate the innocent fleets that were sailing in the starry sky. In this way, it was basically impossible to use this method to deduce the Tianji clan's movement. There's one thing we can be sure of. Seeing that Yi Xian had fallen into deep thought, the demon-human imperial uncle, Mo Qigong, pondered for a moment before continuing. The destination of the Tianji clan's migration is definitely not the main space of the first universe. Otherwise, even if they shrink their defensive line and live in a remote corner of the star domain, they will be discovered sooner or later. If my guess is correct, the Heaven's Legacy race should have already left the first universe, but they definitely wouldn't have gone to the second universe or the human race's third universe. Instead, they must have used some undiscovered wormhole to enter a safe, or at least a relatively stable, new universe. A universe. Ever since they dominated the first universe, the Tianji clan has always had a large number of mysterious fleets active outside the Tianji city. You also know that they are different from the humans of the third universe and the Federation of the second universe. The Tianji clan has a unique advantage, and that is that they have the most advanced and powerful AI robot manufacturing ability in the three universes. Previously, the fleet you led consisted of more than 10,000 warships of various types. Of the Vanguard fleet, only Yu and Yi Luo are members of the Heaven's Legacy race. The rest are all intelligent robots. In this situation, any member of the Tianji clan can lead a large fleet at any time or go to an unknown universe to explore. After tens of thousands of years, I'm afraid no one would believe that the Tianji clan hasn't discovered some undiscovered wormholes, as well as the unknown universes connected to these wormholes. You mean, the Celestials' legacy race disappeared this time because they used some unknown wormhole to enter an unknown part of the universe that they controlled? Without waiting for Mo Qigong to finish speaking, Yi Xian frowned, and his heart became even heavier. If nothing unexpected happens, then this should be the truth. From the looks of it, it's basically impossible to find traces of them. This is too passive, the location of the three great universes. The three universes of the three universes are all worried. Under these circumstances, the situation will quickly descend into total chaos, and everyone will be in danger. What plans does the Demon-Human clan have? This move of the Tianji clan is very vicious. Mo Qigong nodded and said worriedly, originally, after the chaos in the Tianji city not long ago, the imperial prison was emptied, and all the slaves of the first universe who were held hostage by the Tianji clan escaped and returned to their respective races. If there are no surprises, the final alliance of all the races will be formed sooner or later to fight against the Tianji clan. In addition, the alliance of the second universe's races is approaching. The pressure that the entire Tianji clan is facing is unprecedented. If they don't handle it well, they will completely collapse, and there will be no chance to turn the situation around. But no one expected that they would take drastic measures in the end. They didn't care about anything else and directly moved the entire Tianji city out of the first universe. This is clearly retreating in order to advance, and they threw the mess of the first universe to the secretly delighted slave races of the first universe. As a result, the original situation was that the slave races of the first universe and the alliance of the second universe would simultaneously pressure the Tianji clan, and it was very likely that they would even join forces. But now, everything has changed. The Tianji clan has removed themselves from the situation, and the situation has become a conflict between the alliance of the second universe and the slave races of the first universe. After all, the reason why the races of the second universe suddenly invaded the first universe is suspicious. Although we can't be sure yet, there is one thing that is without a doubt. They're definitely not targeting the Tianji clan, but an important reason related to the first universe. Under these circumstances, after the disappearance of the Tianji clan, the races of the first universe have no choice. They must resist, or else they will lose the land where their race lives. At this point, Mo Qigong sighed again. If there are no surprises, the slave races of the first universe will soon take action. As for the alliance of the second universe, according to our race's information from a reliable source, the races of the Second Universe Federation have already gathered at the end of the universe wormhole. This enormous main fleet is terrifying in scale, and there are nearly 10 million battleships of all kinds. And this is the military strength that the Tianji clan gathered before they disappeared. Obviously, as the news of the Tianji clan's disappearance spreads, the races of the Second Universe Federation will immediately take action. I'm afraid that before long, a super fleet with more than 10 million battleships will arrive and descend upon the Demonkin Star Zone.